Good day, everyone. Today is September 7th, 2013. My name is D. Flofamo II, your moderator, and this is Liberia Destiny Debaters at all, seeking Liberia's destiny through savored public political discourses in its totality, free of select name calling or personal attacks. Please join me in welcome Honorable Louis Brown, Minister of Information, Culture, and Tourism Affairs. Honorable Brown, welcome to Liberia Destiny Debaters again.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me.
That's good. Honorable Brown, are you joining us from Ghana tonight, or are you joining us from Liberia?
Well, I'm joining you from Monrovia.
Thank you. That is great to hear. That is great that our city is up to date. Honorable Brown, again, welcome to Liberia Destiny Debaters. I'm going to go ahead and open the line here for questioning. And now, open your line here. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Liberia Destiny Debaters. Joining us from Liberia is Honorable Louis Brown, Minister of Information, Cultural Affairs, and Tourism. Honorable Brown, let's go to national issue here. Well, we're going to take the first one. Our first one is going to come from caller 4159. Your name and where you calling from?
Okay, my name is Granville Shannon. I'm calling from Long Island, New York. And,
welcome to Liberia Destiny Debaters.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening, Minister Brown. I'd like to express first of all, I'd like to express my thanks and appreciation to you, Minister Brown, for taking the time to come on this forum and inform us about issues in our country and respond to our questions and concerns. For that, I am very grateful. Now, really, I do not have a direct question. I know this forum is most often is a question, but I do have a suggestion that I hope you may find useful and be able to take to one of your cabinet ministers' meeting and share it with the government. And this has to do with the hiring of Liberians from the diaspora. And my suggestion has to do with the hiring from the Liberian diaspora, and it appears that when the government hired Liberians from the diaspora, the only thing that is looked at is the academic credential. But I want to suggest that character be given a higher priority in this hiring process. And how you deal with the character, how do you go about determining somebody's character? We live in this part of the world, have all kinds of tools that could be used, such as a person's credit report. Now, if somebody coming for employment, they give you a social security number. You can run the credit report through the 3 credit agencies we have here. And those credit report shows you a whole lot of stuff. It tells you how much that person is making in income, what kind of debt they are in, how they go about being responsible in paying the debt, whether they have entered into bankruptcy, and all of that information you can find right there, and that helps to determine the kind of character you're dealing with. Another document you can ask them to produce is a police clearance. That will show us arrest records. If somebody has been arrested for being a wife beater, of course you don't want to put them in the ministry agenda. If somebody has been arrested for being a child molester, of course you don't want to put him in somewhere you deal with youth. If someone has been arrested for being a thief or embezzler, I don't think you want to give him the responsibility of finances. And the next recommendation is to ask them to produce recommendation from prior employment. This will show their work experience. Because too often people run out of school and they go to the library and they get a job and they fail in the task because, academic credential and work experience are 2 different things. So these are suggestions that I would like for you to bring before the appropriate authority within the government, being the chief spokesperson, and see how best you people can implement these things in order to really, really vet prospective employees from the diaspora. And I think this will go a far way too in dealing with corrupt people, because once you can vet the character through all these instruments, I think it will give you a good picture as to the kinds of person you be dealing with or trying to hire. And for now, that's what I have to say. And I'd like to get your response to those suggestions.
Go ahead, Honorable Louis Brown.
Yeah, thank you. Those are very, very good suggestions. We will pass them on. We are also trying to
Honorable Brown, it looks like your phone is very low. Could you turn the volume on, please?
Now?
Yes, it's low. It's very low. We can't hear you.
Oh, hello.
Yes.
Can you hear me now? Is it much better?
Yes. We can hear you better now.
Okay. No, I was saying that those are very great suggestions. Certainly, we will pass it on. What we are also doing, it comes, frankly, your suggestion could have come at a better time. Because what we are currently undertaking, in fact, just on Wednesday, the Cabinet received a report from the Civil Service Agency headed by a young fellow named George Warner, where they are undertaking a number of civil service reform measures, including institutionalizing performance management skills, trying to track. You'll be surprised that for a very long time, people have been saturating the public bureaucracy, unclear as to what their defined tasks are. So we're trying to look through that entire process, institutionalize a number of performance enhancing mechanisms, rationalizing the public bureaucracy. So these are suggestions that will clearly go a long way. Having said that, we are still very interested. Liberians left here for all sorts of reasons. We are still very interested in attracting some of our best minds back to the country because the country is really being transformed. If the country needed any brain trust, this is the time. But you're clearly very correct. We need, from what we're already learning, we need to continue to double check. While we want to give every Liberian a second and a third chance, if possible, to contribute to the country, it is very important, as you put it, so that we do enough background checks so that you're not necessarily attracting anyone who will add to the problem rather than help us solve the problem. So I thank you for those suggestions, and I assure you we will pass it on.
Thank you, Minister Louis Brown, Minister of Information, Cultural Affairs, and Tourism. Minister Brown, we still having problem with your line. You are a little bit low. I don't know whether you are using your speaker, but the volume is very low from your end, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Liberia Destiny Debaters. Joining us from Liberia is Minister Louis Brown, Minister of Information, Culture and Tourism Affairs. And we are discussing issues of national concerns, corruption, nepotism, TRC report, running steer, reconciliation, decentralization, and more. Minister Brown, we're going to take the next one. The next one will come from let's go to 6871. Your name and where you calling from?
Thank you, moderator. My name is Harrison K. Sosa.
Welcome to Liberia Destiny Debaters.
Thank you. I'm calling from New Jersey. My question to the minister is, I know Minister Brown very well. My question to the minister is regards the TRC report. Mr. Minister, what will you tell a group of Liberians anywhere in the world who will tell you, Mr. Minister, like this group presently, what will you tell a group like what we have today on this international conference regarding the TRC report? What is your own observation about its implementation to the fullest?
Well, the TRC did a very good job. Everybody has noted that there were a number of challenges that attended the process. Those challenges are also well documented. But the government has proceeded to move ahead with many of the recommendations that were contained in the report. For instance, the Independent Human Rights Commission has been established. In fact, we were slow just recently because of the death of the chair. A new chairman has been recommended. I don't want to disclose his name. I will interest you to know a very young lawyer. We are very engaged in this generational change attitude in the country. So a young, I believe, very enterprising lawyer. You know his name. I don't want to disclose it now until it is officially announced by the president. But I also know that there has been a committee put together to catalog all of the step-by-step actions. I think they have already indicated that the total number of recommendations were around 200 or 250. And many of them, in terms of the actions to be taken, many of them have been taken. If I should have traveled today, or else I would have, if I had known my trip was cancelled very late, I would have made available to you that report. What we will also do is to put it up on the internet for all to see the number of actions that have been taken in regard to the TRC report. Some government has already expressed may be difficult to undertake because of the very nature of our society and how we are gradually developing. But by and large, the report has been a sort of roadmap to get us where to the society we want to be, a more just, a more tolerant, and a more open society. Having said all of that, I need to remind you that recently we celebrated 10 years of living together in peace. I think the TRC report was constructive in that regard, and the fact that in 10 years we've been able to live together and look back on those 10 years as redemptive of all the years of struggle we went through in the country of destruction. We think that is a good way going forward, and we will continue to look at the report, every bit and pieces of it, to make sure that those recommendations that are, we believe, still very useful in moving us to that just and equitable society, that they have fully implemented.
Thank you, Minister Louis Brown. Minister Brown, we continue to have the problem. Caller, can you guys hear Minister Brown? I'm having problems from his end. Are you guys having the same problem?
Yes. Mr. Moderator.
Yes. Yes,
Hello?
Yes, Minister Brown. I think we can hear you a little bit now. Yeah, Cora, do you have a recommendation for Minister Brown?
Yes. Moderator, I think the minister has to relocate himself, if I may say this, because I did not get all that he was saying. I was just getting part of.
Yes, I'm trying to relocate. I was driving, so I'm trying to park on the side. Can you hear me now?
Yes,
we
can hear you now.
Very well.
Very well. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
Sorry, I was driving, so I had to try and park on the side. When you're driving, a wave apparently creates a fluctuation. But I'm very sorry. Now, if you didn't hear me before, I am saying that there is a report out that specifically itemizes and catalogs the actions already taken. That report indicated that there were 250 separate actions recommended, and there are just 4 that are outstanding. The government has placed its faith in an independent human rights commission, which the TRC called for to be established. Recently, the chairman died, and a younger chairman has been recommended. I don't want to disclose his name right now, but you will certainly. I think he will be someone with whom the society will feel comfortable. He has the academic pedigree. I believe he has the experience, having worked many years in the human rights community, that they will drive this process. But we see the TRC report as an important roadmap that has been established for us to move to that just and equitable society that we all envisage.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I control. My name is D. Floflomo II, and with us, joining us from Liberia, is the Honorable Louis Brown, Minister of Information, Cultural Affairs, and Tourism. Caller, do you have a recommendation for Minister Brown on this issue?
Yeah, Minister. Thank you very much. My recommendation and statement after all your analysis or your deliberation is that not only in Liberia, all around the world, especially we who see ourselves, in the diaspora, it is very saddening to, Sept having used resources. I can remember a group came in the United States and some part of other parts of the world where Liberians are to ask them about their feeling. How do they feel about the TRC report? And government money was used in the process. Taxpayers' money was used in the process. And frustratingly, when they brought up the suggestion or the documentation that the president and XYZ all shouldn't partake in public office for these years, out of the sudden, everything was thrown down. To me, I think it as, an injustice, to the Liberian people, but this government, because, it's just sad, to hear that happening. That cannot happen in the United States and any part of the world where a commission is set up to implement or to address special situation. And we sat there supinely and look at the government say, okay, you know what, to hell, excuse me for the expression, I will just go ahead.
What will you recommend for the TRC report?
My recommendation,
yes, okay, let's take your recommendation, please.
Okay. My recommendation is, you are the Minister of Information. I want for you to do this, I don't know if you have a newspaper that can, you need to tell the Liberian people in a simplest form, where as the market woman said can know what is happening with the TRC report. I think that your ministry should be more vibrant in coming down to the lower people, people who are not aware, open with what is happening in the country, to be able to understand what is happening, because everything is just in a dilemma regarding the TRC report.
Thank you.
Can you still hear me? Can you hear me well?
Yes, sir.
I thank you for your recommendation. Yes, we have a tri-weekly publication, and then we have multiple radio broadcasts to explain everything to our people. Apparently, when I said that there was a report out there, I want to show you the TRC report has not been abandoned. The specific issue you mentioned, the issue of lustration, which was that I think 30 persons were identified, and by the TRC standards or their own report proscribed. The individuals under Liberian law had the right to seek relief from the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court ruled that without due process, no citizen should lose their liberty or their right to pursue happiness or their citizenship right to be anything they want to be, subject to the required qualification by the Constitution. That was a decision by the Supreme Court. That decision did not throw the TRC report out of the window. What it did was to say you overstepped your jurisdiction by doing this, and these people were purged, if you will. So what has happened now is that, like I said to you, even the Independent National Human Rights Commission came out of the TRC report. That commission has been established. A new chair is being named. But more importantly, there is a report out. I want to disabuse you that because of that lustration clause, the TRC report has been set aside. That is not true. I've heard a lot of people say it, but they're saying it from an uninformed position. So part of our job, including what I'm doing right now, is informing you that that is not true. We will publish again the number of actions, and I think the committee that has done this report indicated 250 specific actions by the TRC, all of which I believe they have suggested only 4 are still pending. So if you have 250 and only 4 pending, it means you have done 246. But we will make that report available to you via the internet and in various publications as well locally.
Thank you, Minister Brown. Minister Brown, let's take the next one. The next one will come from 7786. Your name and where are you calling from?
I am calling from the nation's secure capital, Washington, D.C. My name is Jerry Wetty-William. I'm the executive producer and director of the authoritative and informative Liberian African News Service Lens. Mr. Brown.
Welcome to Liberia Destiny Debaters.
Jerry, how are you?
I am doing fine. For your information, this is being recorded for use on my program, so I hope you don't have a problem with that.
That is illegal for you to do that on our show, please. Do not do that on our show, please.
Illegal?
Yes, please do not come here and record stuff.
We will talk about the legal technicalities
Can you
around.
Go ahead and give your question, please. We have a lot of people on the line.
Right.
We're not going to waste time talking about your organization, sir.
My question, Mr. Brown, is that you and your ministry discredited, as well as the government of Liberia, the Minister of Justice, and the Solicitor General, discredited the audit that was the basis for the prosecution of Rodney Sear, for which he is now languishing in jail until he can come up with $1.5 million. This audit was done in 2010, also been sitting there with the government all this time. Apparently, I don't know, you have to tell me. Nobody checked to see whether the audit was professionally done. And now, after the fact, after he was incarcerated, the Justice Minister and the government is not saying, oh, the audit is inconclusive. In other words, it's unprofessional. The author of that audit, A.G. Molu, is saying, if there's any problem you have with the audit, sue me. What's going to happen now? You got a man incarcerated based on a flawed audit that is sanctioned by the government, which was the basis for this man incarceration, and now he's sitting in jail. Should he then sue the government based on the flawed audit, as you all have discredited the audit?
Are you asking a question, or you are just saying?
That is a question. That is a place
where you ask questions. You ask questions, make recommendations, or comment. This is not where you.
That was a question. Let him say it is not a question or not. Why are you interfering?
Because that's my job. My job here is to make sure that you are not attacking people. You are asking questions, making recommendations that will foster the peace for life.
The man is listening. You have not given him a chance to comment. Now you say, I'm attacking him. Let him come. Let him.
Minister Grant, go ahead, please. Minister Grant, go ahead. Gentlemen, Mr. Wetty, when you come to Liberia Destiny Debate, I will ask that you please try not to take our airwave, please. Please do not do that. Minister Brown, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Jerry. Thank you for your question, but the host of your previous, they're terribly so way off the mark. I am shocked that you will arrive at such premises and clearly, therefore, very wrong conclusions. Let me attempt to make some corrections. Number one, Jerry, no official of this government, not the Justice Minister, not Louis Brown. I've read some of these outlandish reports out there. No official, and I challenge you now, tomorrow, and 10 years from now, no official has ever indicated that the audit report to which you refer of Dr. Christo is unreliable or is flawed. No official of this government has ever made that comment. Now, what was said? The Justice Minister was asked based on a CPJ claim that the government is not arresting people based on numerous audit reports. And the Justice Minister simply said, you arrest based on indictment or proved crime, the commission of a proved crime. You don't, or to begin such investigation. An audit is what the Justice Minister said, for which suddenly everybody's running around with this hullabaloo. Justice Minister said, an audit report is not an indictment in and of itself. And Jerry, please, I'm sure you know this. Why are we trying to misinform people? No reference was made to Dr. To's audit or to the facts as to why Mr. C is in jail. And Mr. C is not in jail because he published an audit report. Why are we doing this to our country? I will make available the chronology of facts. In fact, we have made that available. Why would people not bother reading it? It's another shocker to me. Mr. C, if you must know, and again, I'm saying this cautiously because it doesn't serve the consolidation of rule of law in our country for the government to be arguing matters of facts or matters of law that have already been resolved by the courts. At section 44.71 of the Civil Procedure Law, I want to emphasize the matter between Mr. C and Dr. To are private disputes resolved by the court to which the government has not been a party, or by them going to court in our judgment further confirms the confidence of the public in the judicial system. Where our country is coming from, we will encourage Liberians to go to court when they feel aggrieved rather than take up arms and take up cutlasses against each other. We should celebrate that in that regard. The second thing I want to emphasize, an audit report, and I'm sure, Jerry, if you spend some time to understand this, you will appreciate it also. Nowhere in the world an audit report is equated to an indictment. What is being done at the Justice Ministry, which the Justice Minister attempted to reveal after she was asked a question from the press? She basically said, we have collected these audit reports. All of them, not audit reports only because of Christo and Rodney C. All of the reports done by former AG Molu and the current Auditor General, these reports are now there is a special team of independent prosecutors brought together under the office of the Attorney General, which we call Justice Minister. What they are doing is sifting through these audit reports page by page, and they are lifting the required evidence. They will work with the GAC to provide working papers and further evidence. You don't take the big audit report, as soon as it comes out, you know the audit report is an opinion of the Auditor General. Does it, by itself, can it withstand the rigors of a prosecution process? The Justice Ministry is saying no. What they are doing is putting that legal team together, go through each audit report. And you know as well as I know, and for those who don't know, let me tell you, there is no statute of limitation for the commission of crime in Liberia. Crimes such as defrauding, misappropriating government money. At any point, you can be arrested. So because that individual has not been arrested yet, it does not mean they cannot be arrested today or even tomorrow. But what the Justice Minister clearly indicated to all of us after she was asked what has happened based on a CPJ inquiry to all the other reports, and nobody has been arrested, which was not true. An audit report, when the evidence was sufficiently adduced, Kerry Abba-Brople, Dr. Komina, and a host of others have been arrested and prosecuted based on audit reports. But the minister said it is not evidence of itself. What we do is to take them, go for the working papers, go for the raw evidence that we will adduce in court.
And the Justice Ministry by law must be persuaded that the evidence are preponderant enough, because our law says everybody in issues of crime, the benefit of the doubt operates in favor of the defendant. We cannot. You will also condemn us. If we took government money and went to court and everybody kept walking off because the evidence for prosecution did not appear to be sufficient, you will complain that we are being derelict in our performance and in our function. So the Justice Minister was just simply trying to say the obvious to all of us. But I know the very nature of our society is now tending toward politics, where even the obvious gets to be politicized. So the truth is, an audit report, we welcome. The government will continue to commission audit. And the folks at GSC are doing very well. This is not to say that GSC is incompetent. This is to simply say when these audits are done, the perception that suddenly based on a completion of an audit, an individual must be arrested and imprisoned on the strength of that audit is not the case. The evidence is then lifted, because that's another level now. See the audit as first investigation, first level of investigation. Then we move to the second, where the lawyers who will do the prosecution in a court of law, because the standard in the court of law may be different from the standard of the auditor. So then you take that audit, you list the various evidence. If they're not sufficient, you inquire of the GSC, and that process is ongoing. We expect the GSC to cooperate with the Justice Ministry as they put this team together, and then you go to the grand jury, and then you get an indictment, you arrest these people, and if it is for bailable offenses, if they don't put up the bill, they go to jail. If they put up the bill, then they are set free until the due date for trial begins. This is the process we must embrace in our country. We know it is new. And I don't blame you, Jerry. A host of other Liberians thought as soon as an audit report is announced on someone, that person should be handcuffed, incarcerated, and thrown behind bars. Nowhere in civilized democratic societies, including the one you are in, is this ever done. And I challenge you to prove us wrong. But again, we are in political season. So it serves some people political interest to just look for the worst in everything, even if none so exists. So I beg you, Jerry, I crave you, let us look at our country in a positive light. But if we take this negative approach to everything, then obviously that's only the negative we'll pursue and see. All right? So no, we are not rubbishing or saying nowhere, and I challenge you to suggest to me any such words came from any official of the Liberian government. No such word. How can we denigrate the GSC? How can we denigrate our own integrity processes? Many of the GSC audits were commissioned by the government itself. The government requested the GSC to proceed. Our faith continues to be that while we don't have a perfect system yet, we are working towards its perfection. And the GSC plays a cardinal, crucial, sensitive, central role in that process of fighting corruption. So when you get an audit report, the perception has been the person must be put behind bars immediately. And all that we are saying is, no, that is not the case. This is not the way it is done. The prosecutors then take it, look through it, list the evidence, and where they believe the evidence are not sufficient, they inquire of the GSC. GSC, but you said this. This man has retorted by saying, no, this. Can you give us the source documents? Can you give us the working papers? Because these are the instruments that you go to court with. You don't go to court with the opinion of the Auditor General, because his opinion is subject to a reaction from the person that is being accused. I'm sorry I took a long time to explain this, because suddenly there is a big buzz going all around, misinterpretation of truth and of facts.
Thank you, Minister Louis Brown, Minister of Information, Culture and Tourism Affairs. Minister Brown, we're going to go back to caller Jerry Wetty. Wetty, can you give a recommendation on your concern here?
Well, Mr. Moderator, this is your show, but I hope I can, if I had an opportunity for a one-on-one with Mr. Brown, then it would be a different issue. My recommendations are these.
Invite me on your show. Jerry, I will look forward to our conversation, because I think a lot of people will get helped by it. I want to also ask the moderator to please give you my personal number. which I've used to call the show, so that you can, if you need clarification at any point, because this negative, this misconception and negative stories are hurting the country. Not necessarily the president or the minister of information. It's the image of the country that gets hurt when we start to impress each other. And Jerry, let me just make this quick point. Mr. Rodney Sie is not in jail because he practiced journalism in our country. Amen, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's not do that. Look, you have more than 30 newspapers in country. I will share with you, Jerry, via the email, an accounting from the Liberian Observer. I'm sure you have read it. But in the government position on this, we are not a party. However you want to believe this, Mr. Sie has more friends in the government than many papers here. It may shock you to know that. Mr. Sie has more. Many of Mr. Sie's stories are broken by the government working with Mr. Sie. We admire his work. He is a personal friend of mine. We admire his work, and we will continue to encourage a thriving free press, because that is the only way we can build a true democratic society. But we must also, in that same vein, respect the rule of law in our country. Now, you alluded to 1.5 million. Look, Article 21 of our Constitution forbids the imposition of excessive fines. And so, and the Supreme Court of Liberia has repeatedly ruled and consistently ruled in favor of Article 21. It saddens me, and it shocked many others, that after announcing, again, at the risk of trying to go, and I will stay away from discussing or debating the issues of facts and law, but the public records show that Mr. Sie's lawyers announced an appeal to an empaneled jury decision against him. And suddenly, after the process began, it was abandoned. Mr. Sie reported to everybody, including in a paper and on his site, and I'm sure you, Jerry, also commented, that in fact he will not find justice in the Supreme Court. Amen.
Because of past experience.
No, but Jerry, you cannot do that. I know of nowhere where a judgment is the same court awarded for ordinary Liberian citizens against the maritime. The same court. Maritime arraigned more than 10 lawyers. More than 10 of the biggest lawyers in the country. And the same court awarded for ordinary Liberians.
It is the same Supreme Court.
Mr. Brown, let's take Mr. Watti's recommendation here.
Yes, please. But Jerry, please.
I want to do a one-on-one interview with you, Mr. Brown. But hear my recommendation.
Anytime.
I want to do a one-on-one. I want to do a one-on-one interview with you, but hear my recommendation. My recommendations are: just this week, the president got stuck in the elevator at the conference, that conference at that hotel, Royal Hotel, whatever. The EPS director, he should have been fired in the first place. He claimed he had sent people. This is a recommendation now. This is for VIP protection. Even the defense minister and the president, they need to look at their security detail or personnel. For a president of Liberia to go to a conference and got stuck in the elevator because fuel ran out, when the SS director claimed to have sent people to the hotel. Well, why did they fail to check the fuel in the generator at the hotel in the first place? Because they said the fuel ran out. That's why the light went out. That's why the president got stuck in the elevator. He should have been fired. The defense minister, recommendation. Yeah. A defense minister, national defense minister, will allow anyone, regardless, friend, family member, to go in your office without being properly screened. Being properly screened, going through metal detector.
We need to get the
recommendation. Who have been secretly recorded, and now he is saying,
well, Minister Brown, we're going to keep that guy where he thinks he's going to bring his long-time journalist in conversation here. I just close this line. Let's take the next one because he's not trying to obey what I'm trying to tell him, and I keep telling him that we can't do that here. Let's take the next one from caller 46111. 4611. Your name and where you calling from?
Sorry for that.
Caller 4611. Are you there?
You pay for me?
Yes.
Oh. Are you always here?
Are you with us?
Am I here?
4611. Okay, your line is closed, so whenever you do, just make sure that star system one again to make another entrance. Let's go to let's take caller 0167. Your name and where you calling from?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This is Samuel Ben. I'm calling from Minnesota.
Welcome to Liberia Destiny Debaters.
Thank you. Honorable Brown, thank you for been listening. You've been articulating well on issue. Seems to be informed and well representing the government of Liberia. And on that note, I have a few, maybe one or two questions. I will try to narrow it. We talk about reconciliation. Reconciliation has been announced since the government took over. What are the progress they have made to the common people? That the wounds that as they're doing the civil war have been healed. Is there any progress have been made? And we're talking on the reconciliation issues, then we go to the TRC reports. This government, as we know, there are a lot of players around and are participating in this government. And some of them technically maybe have been indicted or according to the TRC reports. Is the government just deliberately playing a tactic that their term should expire, at which time they will get the opportunity to make the recommendation because apparently some of their key players will be getting out of the leadership role? Is that what is the strategy the government is using right now? And to close with my last question, you've been on the show, I don't know which specific recommendation, because whenever you come to speak to the Liberian people and they make recommendations to you, say, I take it. It's not for formality. Could you elaborate on these recommendations being given to you that you guys have implemented before? You say, this is what I got. I can be a specific one now, but you can remember and say, hey, somebody recommended, we put it into effect, and we utilize it, and we get a result. Could you elaborate on that, please, sir?
Yes. You asked me three things. First, as to recommendation, let me assure you, Sam, we take each Liberian. You see, beyond the advance in technology, these conversations and recommendations are so important to us. Why? Because they contribute to the national conversation. They keep us honest about what we are doing. And I, for one, I am excited that Liberians are closely following events that are unfolding at home and are determined to have their voices heard because their voices are as important as the voice of anyone else anywhere. So I want you to be assured that we take this seriously. Now, look, the host will tell you that, I was on my way to Accra today, and I insisted to him that even if I get in Accra, I will get a local scene and I will call just to be able, because we this is an opportunity for us to learn from each other. All right. So we take these recommendations very, very seriously. On the onset of the show, somebody talked about background check. I intend to put that in the way we run the government. Everything is not just for the president. There is a civil service agency that we are giving more and more authority to be the employer and the background checker. I'm taking these set of recommendations to George Warner of the CSC. The last time I was on, somebody recommended increasing satisfying the diaspora appetite for information by increasing the volume of information that we put out there. I want to encourage you to go to www.micatliberia.com. In fact, Destiny Debaters now has a website that has come up. We want to encourage each of us to take, but let us go for the truth. Let us go for proper information so that it gets fair to our people, so that they make the best decisions for themselves and for their country. Now, so I want to say this: we take each recommendation seriously. We take this interview seriously. For me, this is not another opportunity to play. This is Saturday night. I could be reading, I could be doing something else. But this is very, very important for the country, for all of us. So I take it that seriously. And I hope and I trust that you do as well. The second thing is CRC report. Look, you see, I want to disabuse you of the impression, because some of them name in the report, they won't put it aside when they leave. It is best for us to deal with the report because our names are there, than for those to come after us and deal with the report, because then they will not have the sympathy and understanding that we have about the report and about the circumstances of the country. You will agree a child that was born after the report has no impression of what obtained. He's just going to read the pages of the report and act. So we have a more compelling duty to act on the report. And I said before, I will ensure the publication of the report of this committee that has been set up. And I'm hoping that next week or so, the president can name this new chairman of the Independent Human Rights Commission, because really the government wants this body to be responsible for the roadmap that has been designed. You know, there was also on the TRC report a roadmap to reconciliation that was established, taking into account all of the inputs from across the country, the diaspora, and everybody else. So we have a clear idea as to where we want to go with reconciliation. Now, when we talk about reconciliation, some people limit it to, oh, no, you know what? The guys who fought the war, arrest all of them, put them in jail, and then our country reconciled. But look across the very nature of our government. I am a member of the opposition. I think it's a novel thing. It's a novel attempt to govern differently, to include somebody like me in the government. I've been a harsh critic of President Salif in the past. To say, Mr. Minister, Mr. Brown, you are a qualified citizen. Please bring your insights, your ideas to helping a cabinet work to put in place the kind of changes that you speak of from outside. I think that is a new model for governing in our country that will continue, so that each of us believe that whether we are opposition or we are ruling party members, we own the country together. And when it is for governing the country, we shouldn't differentiate between opposition and ruling. We should worry about capacity and competence of each Liberian to contribute to the advancement of that society. That's number two. So number three, look across the country. Look in the health sector. A few days ago, we got a report. When you in 8 parts of the country, 8 counties did not have a Liberian health practitioner or doctor. Today, that is a faded memory. Every county has at least a hospital. At least when you move your health facilities are being extended to villages and towns. When you move your people closer to health, you reconcile them under the Constitution, because that is why a state was created. When you move your people closer to opportunities to improve their lives, that is a part of the reconciliation process. That is a part of consolidating the peace. When you give people the opportunity to improve their citizenship, when you add value to citizenship by issues of freedom, by increased freedom of the press, by freedom of worship, by tolerance of each other's view, you are reconciling the society, because in truth, it was the absence of these kinds of things, not the absence of a bridge or the absence of a building. It was the absence of this kind of transparent governance structure that led our country to war. People felt they did not own the country together. And that's at the heart of the governance objectives of this country, at the heart of the reform. When you manage well, when you put in place a transparent watchdog institution like LERTR, PPCC, and give them the authority to work and to continue to improve the weaknesses in the government infrastructure. When you enhance transparency and accountability, when you consolidate the rule of law, where you make everybody equal under the law. That is part of the reconciliation process, because then each Liberian know now that I'm equal to the president. The president has the prestigious post. I must respect her. I must respect him. But as a citizen, I am equal to that president. And if I feel aggrieved, I can seek redress this way. That's part of the reconciliation process. The reconciliation process is not alone unto itself, oh, go arrest that man because he shot a gun before and throw him in jail. When you reach out to former enemies or perceived enemies or opposition, that is part of the reconciliation process to give our country a total health so that all of us can realize we own this place together. We share a duty to make it better. Because when we make it better, we don't just make it better for ourselves. We make it better for our children.
Thank you, Honorable Louis Brown, Minister of Information, Cultural Affairs and Tourism. Mr. Brown, we're going to go back to Cora Ben for his recommendation. Ben, do you have a recommendation or recommendations for Minister Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I have a few recommendations to make to the Minister, the Honorable Minister. As you deliberate well on these issues, for me, in my whole life, I believe in result and I believe in fight. And I don't like for, people like to fallacies and think comfortable. But in my recommendation, I will say to you, I don't want to awaken the wounds of the Liberian people by calling specific county and thing, But if we look at history has already been made. We can't doubt it. In this light, like Grand Jide and Nima County, I recommend to you, Mr. Minister, that these people, we need to visit this country and have workshops where we look at country like the great United States that have revolution. Maybe we can get those things and show it to them. I say, look, major country like this have this war. But after that, they reconcile, they build the country. If this workshop, the people understand, they make it creative. What happened to this issue? And after that, how they excel. I think it will help our people. They will understand what reconciliation is. It's not only to fight and just live and keep looking at our mouth. I'm from Grand Jide or from Maryland or from, this county. But after that, how do we build our nation? If you guys can do that, that would be fun. My second recommendation would be, let's look at the issues of TRC report. Everything that you play, we play 90 minutes of soccer. I like soccer. We get end time. And after that, either our team will be defeated or not. Based on the TRC report, we can be filing a committee. I know it's very hard in this light to definitely say we have a definite time. But as a government, and you, the government mouthpiece, we need time to be set on this issue. Look, our Liberian people, we set this committee. We show we don't want to be too definite. But from January maybe to May or April, we will give you your first result. And by this time, we should be done. And then this TRC report, we will come at it on a specific time. If we don't reach, we can come by and tell you people. But always, this is the government 5 years in power now. How do you call it, 7 years? And we keep talking about this one TRC report, it will come. And probably 14 years, we don't know the timeline. So we want you to set a timeline that we can work on the Liberian to be waiting for that result. If you guys can look and take my recommendation as a common man in the diaspora or whatsoever, I will appreciate that. And if I can get a result from it in times to come, I will be very grateful. Thank you, Mr. Minister.
Thank you so much, Ben. Thank you for your inputs.
Minister Brown, we have a lot of people on the line, so whenever you visit Liberal Destiny debaters, you get a lot of calls. So please, we just want to ask whether you can condense it because as they call in, they wait for that long.
I'll do the best I can. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Let's do that. Let's take the next one. The next one will come from 2582. Your name and where you calling from?
Hi, my name is Nakama Rice, calling from the Maryland, D.C. area. Minister Brown, I got a question. It has to do with Rottnest.
Yes, sir.
I know you are the spokesman for the government, but let's face reality. The businesses we have in Monrovia is what the people call in business school here, mom shop, grandpa shop, papa shop, something like that. Meaning those businesses are very poor. They're not even averaging $1 million yearly. Maybe if they hit $100,000 annually, good. If they hit $1 million, maybe big boss got share in our business. What am I trying to say? Rotten see business not even value at maybe $300,000. And we see this judge who imposed $1.5 million on this guy and his company. I mean, let's face reality. Do you think it was right to impose such amount on that guy and not taking into consideration the value of the business?
Can I answer now?
Yes, sir.
Go
ahead, sir.
Okay. Let me put this. I know I promised to be very, 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 very brief, but this is a hot topic issue that everybody wants to hear. Again, you are wrong in your analysis, and so wrong again in your conclusion. Let me correct you. The judge did not impose a $1.5 million on Rodney CA. There was an empaneled jury. Gentlemen, I think there has been published a catalog of facts on this matter. There was an empaneled jury. Don't forget, what is the jury in a trial? A jury represents the public. It is an attempt on the part of the court to invite civil society and the public into the administration of justice process of the country. So the empaneled jury awarded 1.5. Crystal, and I'm just giving you facts, I'm not giving you opinion. Crystal sued for $2 million, and a panel jury awarded 1.5 as a result of the trial. Now, is that amount, should the empaneled jury have taken into account when you sue for libel? The practice is that you would be rewarded or awarded if you win the case, if you prove your case. Now, don't forget the jury trial facts. The judge is the person who does the law issue. If there's a contention of the law, they go to the judge. If it's about the facts, it goes to the jury. The jury heard the facts as presented by Dr. Toh and as presented by Rodney in his defense. And they awarded this $1.5 million. It was the jury award, not the judge. Secondly, Rodney announced an appeal. Now, your question is, should a jury have looked at the capacity of the business? In libel, what is measured is the extent of the damage on the person proved in court. That is what is measured, not the capacity of the business that is alleged to have meted out the damage. It is the damage on the person that is proved to the jury.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Minister Brown has just left the line. He just dropped the line, so let's expect him to come by soon. It's always the case. After an hour, they have to read all their forms. So let's give it a break, and the minister is going to be joining us shortly here. We apologize for that, but that is just something that we experience over and over here. And ladies and gentlemen, Liberia Destiny Debaters will bring you Samuel Kofi Woods, Attorney Samuel Kofi Woods tomorrow from Liberia. The minister is back with us. Thank you, sir. Minister Brown. Go ahead, sir.
I'm so sorry I got caught up there. I'm so sorry. So
fine, sir.
I needed to provide some explanation so we understand the background. When you understand the background, then your question can be best posed. So I don't know how far I was with you hearing me, but I was saying that the jury award is not based on the value of the defendant's business or property. It is based on what they consider to be an assessment of the damage that has been caused to the defendant under the libel suit. That is how the jury in these cases award. Now, your question was, do I consider it fair? You see, I said to an earlier call, I think it was with my friend Jerry, I said in an earlier call that, look, Article 21 of the Constitution, and I'm sure all of us have heard this famous legal maxim. Nobody, the president, a judge, a chief justice, a legislator, nobody can do for a party litigant what that party must do for itself. When you bring yourself into the jurisdiction of the court and you announce an award and announce an appeal, a jury gives a verdict, you announce an appeal. It is your duty to proceed, to follow up that appeal, to perfect it, and to go to the next level. In that next level, I was shocked that it was abandoned because one good issue which you asked could have been raised. And the Supreme Court has consistently ruled against excessive fines and awards, even if it comes from a jury or it comes from a judge. And I am, you can't be 100% certain of these things, but I'm almost 99% certain that the Supreme Court, consistent with previous ruling, would have ruled against an excessive award or an excessive fine. And maybe they would have looked at the capacity of the business. But when you abandon that process, or you waive that process, and the court ends up with a final decision based on what is before the court, then whether I feel good or feel bad about it, or my friendship or my knowledge of the person or their business, how does it help the rule of law in the country? Because while we are looking for this, we are also looking to consolidate the rule of law. The place our country coming from, where there was lawlessness, everybody was taking the law in their own hand, no faith in the legal process. We want to continue to encourage Liberians by good examples. That if you feel aggrieved, the Dr. Toes of this world, the others who may feel aggrieved in the future or whatever time, instead of taking fire and go burn the man building down or threaten a man or take color you and your children and go chop, go to the court. And the court must be encouraged to continue to be a fair venue for the just settlement of civil disputes or criminal offenses or legal, without intervention by the president or by the legislature or by anybody. The more we continue to do this, Sam Ben asked me earlier about reconciliation, the more we continue to reconcile our country. Because it no longer matters whether you know the president or whether you know Louis Brown. If you feel wrong, you can go to the court, and the court will judge. And even if it's a big business or a small business or a big man or a small man, the court will award based on the facts and based on the law that will support you. And that is what we need to encourage in the country.
Thank you, Minister Brown. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you just joining us, this is Liberia Destiny Debaters at Control. My name is Steve of the Second, and joining us from Liberia is the Minister of Information, Honorable Louis Brown. Honorable Brown, we're going to go to the quarter for his recommendation. We have a lot of people on the line here.
Yes, sir.
Yes, just before I make my recommendation, let me just say something to Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, my background is cyber forensic. I do a lot of stuff here. I take hackers to court and all that kind of thing. I deal with the kind of cases I call label how you determine. When you go to court, okay, the judge give you something to work with. The judge the guy had the authority to say, look, this amount is too much, okay? What am I saying? I've seen many of these cases here. In the labor case in America, you got to prove to the court that you actually got injured. It's not just mouth talk say he speculated or he defamed my name. No, you got to prove to the court that you actually got injured. So that meaning psychological report, all kinds of stuff got to come in play. This is America. So what am I trying to say? If I took Louis Brown's name on the website and your name got defamed and you want to court for label, you, Louis Brown, got to prove to the court that you got injured. So that means you got to get psychological evaluation, you got to get a lot of stuff. But the way in which the judge handled the case wasn't correct. It's not a good precedent in law. He should have visited other rulings around the world and see how people handle the cases and come down. Because if you rule for $1.5 million, the next judge is going to use that as the basis to rule. Nobody's going to rule below that because that's a landmark case. So you got to look at it. You got to look at the hard facts. But the judge was very complacent. He didn't do anything. He did not do his best in that case. I can tell you from a professional standpoint because I have handled most of the cases. I've seen how it works, but he didn't do well. And my recommendation to you to take to the Chief Justice, not the Chief Justice, but the district attorney, she's a slacker. She needs to be very aggressive. DAs are very aggressive people. She doesn't need to take the audit report and tear it apart and say AYZ or ZY. That document is enough to indict anybody, to issue an arrest. If she doesn't want to arrest, the police can arrest the person and hold that person while they investigate. It's just from another forensic standpoint, because I know that there are forensic accountants. These guys follow the same forensic standards where you got to follow certain guidelines in order for that document to be admissible in court. So the forensic expert will follow the guidelines of the court, the federal guideline in America, and pull it according to the guideline, and that document is sufficient for the judge to say, yeah, probable cause, let's get this guy. So if she's telling me that she got to go through all those documents, I think it's just a waste of time. She's just wasting government resources. It's enough to get somebody arrested right now. People should be beyond bounds why they play the delay title. In America, federal cases, they can hold you as long as they want. What the DA builds that case. So I don't see why people should be riding around in Mercedes-Benz. And you're talking about, I'll probably request for the original document. I mean, the document is sufficient. That guy followed a standard. So I hope you take it back to her that, hey, please follow the standard. Let's get these people beyond bars while you do extra work. The document is sufficient.
Thank you. Thank you, caller. Minister Brown, that was a recommendation, and we're gonna we're gonna take the next one. The next one is gonna come from caller that's 8627. Your name and where you calling from?
Is that me?
Yes, that's you.
Oh, hi. Hi, Minister Brown. This is Monica Cho, your former neighbor from Gardnersville. I'm sure you can remember me, and former neighbor from Ravosby Highway.
How are you?
I'm good. Here's my question. During your days in the Liberian legislature, what were your achievements, and how do you intend to in your current position as Minister of Information, to improve upon those achievements, thereby benefiting the Liberian population?
Thank you, Monica. And I trust that you are well. Actually, I have a string. It makes me feel a little older than I really am. I'm not going to tell my age on this, but I have had a string of opportunities to serve in many capacities in the government, and more than anything else, I think it has given me enough understanding of where the country has come from, where it is. I'll be the first to admit that we haven't been altogether perfect in all the things we've done, all the services we've tried to make. But by and large, I'm pleased with the service I've been able to offer my country, and I continue to hope that I will do the best I can in this job. It has given me more insight and a deeper understanding, like I said, of where the country has traveled to where it now is. I also had the singular privilege of chairing the Government of Liberia delegation to the Comprehensive Peace Agreement, and those were very difficult, trying times, and we were able to work with other Liberians, work with the international community to sail our country through. So as we move and celebrated 10 years of peace, it was very reflective for me personally. Having said that, I like to Jerry, just borrow small time and say to the last caller from Maryland, if this case was in America, he would not arrive at the conclusion he arrived at. I'm almost certain of that. Because to suggest that a judge did not do good work or due diligence, and you have no basis for that assumption or that conclusion, except that you are a forensic expert lying down somewhere, you don't know the facts of the case, you didn't speak to the judge. To even suggest, how do I know that? Because you even started off by saying it was the judge that awarded. And let me correct people, just for those who are listening. We don't have a perfect system in Liberia, no doubt about it. But we are deliberately taking steps to get us there. When an empaneled jury, just for the record, just for those who are listening, an education moment, when an empaneled jury awards, no trial judge in Liberia can reverse. The only authority higher when the jury hears a fact, try it, weighs it, and to suggest, now I didn't go to the court, he didn't go to the court, to suggest that the court did not subject one party to a thorough forensic examination of why they must be awarded an amount is unfair. So when the jury hears a case and offers an award, the only other authority that can reverse that jury award is a higher authority than the court that heard itself. So that the only other place that jury award of 1.5 could have been adjusted if it had been raised was at the Supreme Court. So guys, you may be a forensic expert, but you are not a legal expert. And even if you are, you may not know Liberian law. So this thing about misleading people is so bad. Suddenly you have rushed to a conclusion that the judge didn't do it well. The judge was not forensic. The judge was not. Let's stop this thing. Let's stop this. And by the way, we need some forensic experts back home here to help in some of these investigations. If you have some time, please join us here and give us that expertise. But no trial judge presiding over a matter where a jury comes with the award can reverse the jury in the same court. It never happens. You go to the superior court, in this case the Supreme Court, and then you raise your issue on Article 21, for instance, say, this is excessive, or this was unfairly imposed on me, or the people did not take into consideration these other issues of law or fact. Then the Supreme Court rules on that. And it will be the place of the Supreme Court, the proper place of the Supreme Court, to say, no, this fine is excessive. This man, by the records available to us, did not prove this, or this one we believe will solve the case. But that's the trial judge where that jury has awarded. No trial judge does that, at least not under our jurisdiction. I just wanted to make that point clear to our forensic expert and invite his expertise here to help with some of the investigations.
Monica, go ahead. Do you have a recommendation?
I've listened to my big brother, Mr. Brown, and while I kind of accept his explanation regarding this Rodney Sear case, however, the reason why I'm asking you about your days in the legislature is because some of these laws that are being implemented have been on the books for like forever. And, you know, when we elect our big brothers to these positions to be representatives and senators, the reason why we are electing you guys is so that you guys can go into all of these things and, you know, realize that what took place 20 or 100 years ago is not applicable to our current lifestyle, and therefore make changes to these laws that are on the books that are draconic and divisive to our current society. But you guys go there, and, you know, and now that you're Minister of Information, these are the same laws that you are kind of forced now to defend. So how are you going to, you know, kind of like improve on these things so that our Liberian people will not be faced with these divisive and waste of time situations when we got so much to do to improve our country and our society?
Oh, Monica, thank you so much. Let me just quickly see. You are so right. We will not pretend that our laws are up to date with the changing realities of our country. In fact, we'll be the first to admit that some of these laws need review, and that is exactly what we're doing. You may know that we've already established, and they've been working for close to a year now, a law review commission of eminent jurists in the country and ordinary Liberians. We brought them together under a law review commission. They are looking at all of the laws, including the Constitution. After that process, they will make recommendations to the government about proposed changes. We are hoping that as it relates to the Constitution, we can work it in a way that by the we were first hoping 2014 election we could bring it up for referendum, but now we are running out of time because the Constitution itself provides that if you must change any provision of it, it must lie for the proposed amendment must lie for a year before it can be the subject of vote. So we believe we run out of time on that, but we have encouraged the commission to work hard enough. Changing laws are not a snap of the finger, Monica. So it does, I'm sure you appreciate it, requires time. It requires inputs from everybody because one law changed will affect all of the people. So to the extent possible, either through their representatives or directly to the people, in that case when it involves the Constitution, you want to include as many people. Having said that, the Liberian government acceded to the Table Mountain Declaration. What that declaration is a call on democratic governments to decriminalize media-related offenses. So we have drafted the law now. It got the input from the Press Union of Liberia and everybody else. We're hoping that early January, when the president is presenting her legislative agenda for the year to the legislature, that law which decriminalizes media-related offenses will be brought there. Now, let's be clear. It does not remove the right of any Liberian to seek civil relief for damages as a result of libel or defamation. So it is to say you cannot try journalists for doing their job in criminal courts, or you cannot libel. You know, we used to have all these laws that are still on our books, and we are doing our best as a government to stay away from it. I need to rush quickly to tell you this one as well, Monica. Even in relation to freedom of speech, repeatedly when the government feels offended, as a government, we have not rushed to court against any people. What we have repeatedly done is to go to the press union ourselves because we believe a strengthened press union that engage in its own self-regulation will go a long way. But as a government too, we cannot stop any citizen from going to court and seeking civil relief for what they consider to be damages against them. The most we can do is to encourage the courts, work with them, put in the institutional safeguards and measures to make sure that when citizens go to court, the courts will continue to be that fair venue where they can get relief, they can get verdicts and judgments that will be seen to be fair and properly adjudicated. That is the most that the government can attempt to do. But I take your recommendations, and I thank you for your thoughts.
Thank you, Minister Louis Brown. Minister Brown, before we take our next call, we want to test this subject. We have about 25 text messages from people at work. It can be on right now, but there is one that really my co-host has selected for us to touch here. That has to do with the speech that comes from Sarah Flomo here. She would like to know, where do you see, if you want to critique the speech of Councillor Vani Sherman, do you agree with Councillor Sherman, the way he presented the Independence Day speech? Do you agree or you disagree? If you do, how or why?
Well, my position was well publicized on the speech of the national orator. Clearly, everyone knows I have nothing but the most respect for the person and the legal ability of Councillor Sherman. And then I disagreed with elements of the speech that were raised. I've made my position very clear. It is well publicized. It is on the internet. It's I can send you all copies again if you want copies. But I believe that matter is way behind us now, and we're looking forward to moving ahead. I don't think the 26th speech impacts us anyway today. I think we need to move ahead and continue to build a more just and equitable society.
Thank you, Minister Brown. I hope Sarah is going to listen to this. Ladies and gentlemen, you can go to Liberia Destiny Debaters at www.com, and you'll be able to listen to some of our past guests on the show, including Minister Louis Brown. And this recording is going to be posted sometime next week. Minister Brown, we're going to take the next one. The next one will come from caller 1730. Your name and where are you calling from?
Oh, my name is Lawrence. I'm calling from Atlanta, Georgia.
Welcome to the show, Lord.
Thank you, sir. My question to the Honorable Minister is how you got it? Nepotism. Nepotism. Okay, I mean, if you look at the definition of nepotism, okay, child slave and former slave work in government. So they were in government when their mother was elected president. But what about Robert Salif, who was not in government, and he was appointed to the lucrative position as chairman of the board of NOCA? And my second question has to do with the cost of living in the country with the exchange rate, the Liberian data to United States data, it comes to 80. One Liberian data to, one American data to Liberian data is 80. It shows the high cost of living in the country. I mean, what can you people say about that? The Liberian people are actually suffering. My third question and last question has to do with the salary structure in the country. Salary structure of public or government officials should be public information. How much senators, representatives are making in the country, and then the maritime boss, how much is he making in the country? It has been a public outcry for years, but Madam Salif has not done nothing about it. We want to know how much the public officials are making in the country.
Okay, but why you don't want to know how much I make?
Including you as a public official, including you. But I want to know specifically.
No, but you went after. No, but that's an excellent question because sometimes you get people. My daughter came home the other day and said to me, she was in a taxi and somebody in the taxi said, these government officials. One person's salary, people so mean, one person's salary can light up ELWA, for instance, where I live. And then I said, oh my God. Fortunately for me, I got a letter from a local paper under the FOI. The FOI is the Freedom of Information Law, saying I must disclose how much I make. And I think I disclosed it on this show again. I'm going to do it again tonight. And it may shock you to know that all cabinet ministers, I'm not leaving out one cabinet minister, all cabinet ministers, we make $2,300 United States dollars a month in allowances and in allowances. Salary is 16,000 Liberian dollars a month. You divide that by the rate, you will know how much I make every month. Gasoline, fuel and gasoline, they all bundle up. I get the equivalent of $810 gasoline and fuel a month. Divide that, gasoline and fuel is around I think the average is $4.50. Divide that by the current rate, and you will see how much gas and fuel I get every month. And that is all. I get no housing allowance, no medical allowance, no medical benefit, nothing else, no vacation allowance, nothing else. That is all that I get from the government of the Republic of Liberia as Minister of Information. Now, frankly, I don't, and I wouldn't want to lie to you as to how much Bien Kezeli at Maritime makes. I don't know that. I can find that out for you. And under the Freedom of Information law, you have a right, every citizen, including the market woman or anybody else, has a right to inquire about it. Each agency of the government under the Open Governance Partnership to which the government is now member, it's a global effort to improve transparency and accountability in governments. You can insist on that information. If you don't, I can make that information available via the internet to your people, because the duty of every public official is to make information available to the public, even when they don't ask for it. Now that you have asked, I'll do my best to get that information to you. And that information will also cover what individual legislators make. But again, you can go to the budget, which is on the internet. You can either get a copy of the current budget is still being reviewed by the Senate. We are hoping that they will pass it sometime soon. But the previous budget, I know that there are indications that there was no increment in any legislator's salary. So if you just did small research, either on the MICAT website or the Ministry of Finance website, you will be able to download the government budget, and you will look there and find out what each legislator makes. But I wanted to make this point clear to you. What I make, what all executive or cabinet ministers make. In fact, the last time I was here, I think somebody calculated how much fuel I get at the end
I
of
did that
month.
the last time. I did that.
Yeah, I think you
today
did.
it's $180. That's $180 today. So the total amount you get is $2,675.50.
Correct.
$2,667.50. That's the total.
That is all I get. And I'm asking everybody again to check the public records. So that is all that I get as Minister of Information of the Republic of Liberia. Nothing else anywhere that they say, oh no, he entitled to this, he entitled to that. No, absolutely not.
I also want to know. I also want to know about Robert Salif.
Minister is not done yet. He's coming to that thing.
Okay.
You raise an issue about nepotism. Let's first of all, every time you talk nepotism, invariably it is a question about Mr. Robert Salif. Now, what does the law say? The law says, I can't quote the exact article, our Constitution states that the legislature will pass law, shall pass law guiding against nepotism, blah, 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 and everything else to ensure just opportunity, equality in opportunity for all of our citizens. I want to cite the chairman of the Liberty Party, Councillor Fonati Kofa, on this. I thought he was very, very convincing and clear. He said, I'm paraphrasing here, that the nature of our society, the very nature of our society, where, for instance, all lawmen are related to all GCs, where each day in my office, people I went to second grade with, we call each other brothers. People I've known all my life are still my friends. I grew up here. I've lived here. I went to school here. I interacted with everybody here. If I am minister and I knew my friend from second grade and he's very qualified to be special assistant, if I pointed him out being nepotistic, is nepotism the appointment based on competence or the appointment based on relationship? Now, it is because of our circumstances. I read in, I think it was the United States Embassy on the Wall, Liberia is a country of family ties. We are all related some kind of way. We know each other. If these rules of the road are not established, and the Constitution broadly says also, I think it's 17 or 18, that all Liberians are entitled to equal work and equal pay, equality in opportunity for work and pay, I guess is the way it says it. Until the rules of the road are clearly established and defined, how can you say what is nepotistic and what is not? So without even getting into the specific of Mr. Robert Salif, I think what we should attempt to do is to define the rules of the road. All right, when we say nepotism, we mean this extent of relationship must not ever work in an administration in which this extent of relationship is president or is vice president. Or we got to define the rules of the road. If you cannot do that, then how do you begin to hold people accountable, or how do you begin to say, oh, this one is nepotism, this one is not? And each country has a uniqueness about their sociology and their own culture as well as their history. Can you say nepotism in America is nepotism in Liberia? Do we have the same understanding and definition? Are our cultures so similar that what could be wrong and identify nepotism in America is similar to Liberia and wrong as well? That is why each of us must define this term for ourselves. Broadly speaking, it is wrong. It is wrong to appoint only based on relationship, to give anyone influence only based on relationship. But how do you set that also? And Americans have defined it for themselves, what those relationships are and what it means to be wrong. But we need to sit and define it for ourselves before we begin to say, hey, you have made this wrong. It is wrong because our laws say it is wrong, and not because we think it to be wrong. And that is why each of us must, this term coming, put some pressure on the legislature and say, look, part of your job is to define nepotism, is to establish a claims code. And we need to attend to those important businesses as we transform our society, so that when we say it is wrong, we all can point to a law that says it is wrong. It is not just based on our emotions, or it's not based because we think it to be wrong, or because it is wrong in another society. That's the way I want to answer this. So we put it in proper context.
Mr. Brown, what's about the issue of the currency?
Oh, yes. It is troubling. And look, yes, every time this rate goes up, our people are catching hard time. In fact, at the last cabinet meeting, as I referred to just last week, the Minister of Finance made a presentation about a number of fiscal interventions. At the monetary level, the governor of the bank has proposed a number of monetary interventions. There is a meeting of the Economic Financial Management EFMT team, Economic Financial Management team, to begin to look at other long-term sustainable interventions to bring the. Look, it is a matter that we are very concerned about. People have identified, for instance, cross-border trades as contributing to this matter, because in places like Lofa, Bong, and other areas, there is a suggestion that came from members of the cabinet that people are trading, taking their goods across the border or going across to buy, and there is that flight of capital. We need to address, but more importantly, what we need to continue to do is to improve the productive sector of the economy. This, our economy has been calculated to be, I think, 1.4 billion. We have maxed out at 7.5 growth over the last 6-7 years. We have actually maxed out. We need to expand the economy so that it can create more opportunities in terms of jobs and everything for every Liberian. Until we begin to get productive again, many of these concessions that were signed have not begun actual production. They are looking anywhere between now and 2015 to really step up their production. So we need to find alternative sources of, and that's why we're paying some attention into the agriculture sector, not just to create jobs, but to improve the level of production across. But more importantly, this is why, even in the difficult times, and even under the stringent nature of our budget, now we're estimating around $500 million realistically to be collected this year. We are investing in what you call economic multipliers. There will be no economic improvement in our country until we improve the infrastructure of the country. As old as this country is, my brother, you can't get from one part of the country to another part without your car being dumped in some kind of hole, the road spoiled somewhere, and it's everything wrong. So we need to improve. That is why we're saying we must invest in roads. Since we moved to pave the Buchanan-Monrovia Highway, I can tell you there has been a lot of movement of economic activities along that corridor, to the point where we are now thinking about creating the port of Buchanan and its environment as a special economic zone where people can come in, relieve of our basic tariffs outside, and create what used to an advanced level of what used to be called the free zone activity. Create jobs there, employ people there, put manufacturing there, put factories there, and let our people have opportunities to work. That's why we're investing in roads. Then we're investing in the ports. We got to expand the ports so that the small work that was done at the free port of Monrovia, for instance. Now it used to be one ship coming in at a time, and the other ship got a berth outside and wait for that ship to finish before it can come. Now we are doing 3-4 ships at the time, and we are moving gradually to becoming a 24-hour port. So even at night, we can turn vessels around and get them going. Liberia can become, with these kinds of investment, a hub for the transshipment of goods and services in our sub-region. Then we are investing in power. Power we have analyzed, and it has been confirmed, is the biggest constraint to the expansion of our economy and to job creation. You can't have the manufacturing we are talking about unless you have power. You can't have Liberians get into small businesses unless you have power. When the president met with the Business Association months ago, they said 57% of their cost is on running generators. 57%. It's just so prohibitive to businesses. So we cannot expand until the private sector expands. The private sector cannot expand until we provide them power. We can't move to manufacturing until we have power. That's why we have declared power an emergency. And I've decided that man coffee must come on December 2015 to help ease access and affordability to power. But at the same time, as we speak, we are working. Lines are running from Danane across our border in La Côte d'Ivoire through a West African Power Pool project. It's coming all the way through Nimba, branching off to Maryland, coming into Buchanan, because we want some of the areas that have never had power before. Suddenly, power will spur on life. It will spur on innovation. It will improve the quality of education, because suddenly our children don't have to just go to school from 8 to 1 or 3. Even at night, you can have night classes now. You can have internet availability, and you can have access to libraries and other facilities that are also our country via the World Wide Web. So we must invest in these economic multipliers as the long-term way of easing the burden on our people. My brother, this country came to rock bottom. Every available infrastructure to improve life as we know it was destroyed. So we are building ever so gradually, but we are building in a sustainable way.
Minister Brown, we have about 65 people in our queue. Those are just the people who have not asked any question. So if you could just condense it would be very good for us here because they are still calling in here. Mr. Brown, let's go back to the German.
Very, very important. Yeah.
Yes, I know sometimes you have to go extra mile for you to give us more details. That's why your job is, and we really appreciate that. So let's go back to the gentleman for his recommendation on some of these things. Please make it very brief. Your recommendation.
Thank you, sir. Nepotism all over the world is the same. Minister Brown and I went to St. Patrick's High School. I knew him from St. Patrick's High School. And Mr. Brown gave me a job. Mr. Brown gave me a job. I mean, just being a friend or a classmate does not mean nepotism. But when Mr. Brown gave his brother or his daughter or his son lucrative job, it's nepotism all over the world. Okay? We know that. So Mother Seti giving her son. Mother Seti giving her son a powerful, it doesn't matter how to be lucrative, a powerful and those kind of job, I mean, where the country generate more money from the oil sector, we have problem with that. But my recommendation is, look, let us try to make this thing available. Okay, ministers' salaries, legislature salaries and everything, where even the women in the marketeers can even see this kind of information. Okay, because you say you make 2,000 something thousand that 2,000 something, but Kofi Woods told me he was making like 3,000 something that on the same very show. So I see the discrepancy with you and Kofi Woods.
No,
so
it can be.
Anyway,
it can be.
I don't think Minister will ever touch that subject. He's going to be our guest tomorrow, so keep that for him, and I'll write that down.
I personally asked Kofi Woods on the same show how much he was making, if you can recall, 2 or 3 Saturdays ago, and he told me he was making 3,000 something. After tax, he came to 2,100.
Aha! And then
okay, but you talk about your gross was 2,000 something.
No, I never said gross. No, I never said gross.
Okay. Let us know because people are
2,300.
Okay, because people are on the line, let us make this information public, including what's his name, Kessely for the Maritime is making and everything and all. Let's make this thing public for people to see and know these things. Thank you.
Okay.
Minister Brown, before we take the next one, I would like to add to the recommendation of currency here. Take this from me as my personal recommendation. I think the best way we can deal with this issue of currency inflation in Liberia, we should look at our neighboring countries, the neighboring countries around us, Sierra Leone, Guinea, Ivory Coast. These countries, whenever you visit them or somebody sends you $1, you don't get the currency, you don't collect the US dollar in countries. You collect their currency. So that alone can control the kind of way the marketeers are dealing with the inflation or dealing with increasing the rate, because it is to their advantage. So I think if you can set up this as a recommendation to the National Bank and bring this forth to Madam Sally, that it be in a system where that if I send $1 to my mom, she can only receive the Liberian dollar, not the US dollar. So that way she's not going to the market, the fuller man sitting there and telling her, say, 85. You know?
Correct.
That's my recommendation on that issue, sir.
You are so correct. And let me just quickly say that I did see that there were a number of fiscal and monetary interventions that have been proposed. I didn't want to see the specifics of it, but this is one of it. As you have indicated, this is one of it, including, in fact, but they are subjecting it to a broader economic input through a roundtable conversation. You know, our country now, too many stakeholders on everything. So you got to make sure everybody gives an input. That's why I didn't want to get into the specifics. They brought it to the cabinet. We look at some of them, we approve it, and ask for a broader roundtable of economists, private thinkers to weigh in on it as well, including the payment of certain goods and services in local currency. You know, those are all things that they are looking at as major interventions, sustainable interventions to continue and control the rate. By the end of the day, it will be based on market forces. We got to get our economy to be productive at the end of the day.
Thank you, Minister Louis Brown, Minister of Information, Culture and Tourism. Minister Brown, we're going to take the next one. The next one will come from 1373. Your name and where you calling from?
Yes, D-Flow. Thank you for taking my call. This is Young calling from Broken Park, Minnesota.
Welcome to the show again tonight.
Yeah, thank you so much. Let me say hi to the Honorable Minister. And I just want to follow up with his explanation on nepotism. I think it's not the issue for me personally. What some of us look at is history. I think one of the reasons why people like us raise the question about the president, giving job to her son, be it qualified or not. This was some of the reasons, or one of the many reasons, for which this president, the boss of Mr. Minister, financed, helped organize and plan a civil war that killed our people. Corruption, nepotism, dictatorship, the whole 9 years. So for you to help finance a war that killed people for the very reason and come back and implement or practice the same thing, forget about the definition, forget about the qualification, but the moral compass involved. You kill people because you don't want corruption. Then you are involved in corruption. You kill people, you finance a war that kill people because you don't want government to be dictator or be involved in nepotism. Then you accept practice the same thing. So then the question is, why in the first place did we kill ourselves? On the issue of Rennie Sear, I know it's kind of difficult. I'll share his pain. I may not be there physically, but it's understandable to see where he's coming from. But by the same token, even though I'm not a big fan of this government, but as I see it, in 2010 to this time, I think it's safe to argue, though. I may be wrong. Rennie Sear had enough time to argue his case, to fight this case. 2010 to now, if my math is correct, almost 3 years. I think the problem I see in the whole Rennie Sear case is his defense attorney. I don't think they put up a good fight on his behalf. Let me close on the issue of the TRC. There's no way, in my view, Liberia will move forward despite all of the lofty things that the Honorable Minister is talking about, and rightfully so. He has a right to do so because he's in the position to do so. If I were in his position, I would have done the same. We have seen this card before. We have heard this music before, where a member of government would defend the government, and that's the right thing to do as a member of the government. Having said that, I think if this government truly believes in the rule of law, there are so many people who allegedly been accused of corruption and what have you. Forget about the facts, but let's look at the issue here. Even the president herself agreed that her government is corrupt. So if you make that public declaration that your government is corrupt, so then what are you doing about it? Are you looking for hard evidence, or is there any reason for you to sit by and say government corrupt and you tie your hand and say it's okay? Until we move forward with the TRC recommendation and this president take the moral high ground to implement the TRC recommendation, or even allow it for debate, public debate, we just be wasting our time. But this government will go. Very soon the government will be out. Hopefully we can only pray that the next government will come, will have the moral compass to take the high ground and bring some of these people back to justice, because history is replete. Those who committed the Holocaust, years after, some of them are still being tried today. So we are blessed to have the TRC recommendation that doesn't have any statute of limitation. So it's open. Any good president who has the country at heart can go back and revisit this recommendation and see where we can find a common ground and start implementing some of them, especially so implementing, the code of law where people will be tried in the court. Since Rennie Sear has a day in court, we hope that the president and many others will have the same day in court. But thank you for taking my call.
Thank you. Go ahead.
But before you go, I keep hearing the TRC report. If you
are too low. You're too low.
No, I'm saying hello. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yes, my brother. Before you go, I keep hearing the TRC report. What specifically do you believe has not been implemented in the report?
Maybe this will tie into my recommendation. You can use it as my recommendation. The first thing I would love to see, if you can tell the Madam President, allow the TRC recommendations or report to be open for public discourse, public debate. Let Liberian people decide whether they want the whole report implemented or partial report implemented as the president is doing, selectively taking what pleases the government or in favor of the government. Allow the whole report to be debated upon in the first place. Have an open forum, open debate. Let people decide whether they want, as a report recommended, those who should be banned from 30 years, those who should face court, a war crime court. All of these things should be debated openly. Let Liberian people be the decider of this, and not just partial report implementation. That's where I'm coming from. First, open up a debate. That's the first thing.
Okay, but first, let me correct you. The report is the report. It has been submitted. It is a property of the government of Liberia. I don't know when you say open it for debate. Can we change anything in the report? My answer will be no. We cannot. The report is done. The commission has been dissolved. Let's assume we had a debate. And the people said, we don't want to hear about the report, throw it out. Will you accept that? Will you honestly accept that as a product of a true debate? I'm not sure you would. So why are we going down a road whose outcome none of us will be prepared to accept? Won't it just be another big distraction to the country? Let me say another thing. Maybe people have not followed these things. The issue of the lustration, meaning the fact that certain citizens should not be permitted to exercise their citizenship rights under the TRC, is and was tried and resolved by the Supreme Court. Those citizens went to court and decided that it was taking away their citizenship right without due process of law. We will either choose to be a country of laws, or we choose to be a country of emotions and a country of sentiments and a country of how we feel, depending on the moment. The citizens went to court. The Supreme Court ruled that the TRC Commission had no authority, subject in the absence of due process of law, to actually suggest that citizens must be penalized without due process. And then the TRC recommended that its decision never be, maybe you don't know, I don't want to get into the detailed nitty-gritty of these things. The TRC instead recommended that its decision should never be the subject of any review by the Supreme Court. Now go to our Constitution. Code 3, I think it is in our Constitution. Gives the authority of establishes the authority of the Supreme Court. What commission can exist that has a decision to make which cannot be challenged in a court? The Supreme Court struck that down as well and said no decision can be made by any commission, that the Supreme Court cannot rule, because it is the province of the court. It is the authority of the court to say what the law is. That's why I keep asking, what specifically? Then the TRC said, let's put together an independent human rights commission. That commission has been established and is being funded. That commission is assigned the duty of doing the Palava hot conversation. Maybe you don't know what the recommendations are. Usually when people talk about the TRC report, they talk about, there's somebody should have been arrested, somebody should have been imprisoned. But these people went to banned from politics.
Mr. Minister, I don't mean to interrupt, because I think it's clear. I think we need to clarify something here. Okay, when you mention the Supreme Court, you asked a question. Let me rephrase the question. Do you honestly believe the current constitution of the Supreme Court is that the court you would trust that will debate the issue of the TRC in an honest and fair way?
Now, you just suggested, no, that's a good question. That's a good question, Mr. Moderator. You would just suggested in one breath that this matter should be put out for public debate. You want to now say the court as constituted does not give you the credibility you seek.
No, but member of the court is also indicted in the report. That's where I'm coming from. Cabinet Jackson. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I have to take your recommendation here. We have to move to another subject. We have other people in the queue, please. This cannot be.
Let me correct this. So those who listen can.
Yes, go ahead, Minister Brown, and go ahead, Minister Brown. Narrate for him. Let him give his recommendation, and we move to the next one, please.
Yes, my dear brother. If you are referring to Associate Justice Cabinet Janneh was named in the report, and because of that, accused himself by law and practice. He could not hear or preside over a judgment in this matter. Janneh recused himself, and the court ruled because technically he was named in the report and had interest. So he recused himself. Janneh was not a part of the decision of that court. Let the records be clear. Let the records be very, very clear. Now, we can all argue. You see, we are coming from a place where we allow ourselves to be lawless. We are at a place where we are building institutions to safeguard the practice of the law. Now, if we attend that building process with our suspicions, with, I will not get it right there, I will not, then we don't test the law. We rely on our will and our suspicion. And our will and suspicion not good enough to drive our national political or legal agenda. We must show faith. If you test the process and it doesn't work, then you say, oh, no. You just say, I'm open the thing for debate. The thing says it must not be open for debate. It must be implemented as is. And some people went to court and got a ruling that say, and if you ask me, I believe no authority must be made higher than the court on the issues of law in the country. And no one must lose. That's what our Constitution says. No one, and that ruling has not been challenged or debated anywhere. No one must lose life, liberty, happiness, except by the outcome of a hearing judgment in keeping with due process of law. So when people say the TRC report is not being implemented, I really don't understand what specifically are you talking about. The next challenge I have is not because it is my job. Look, I believe myself sufficiently qualified to work in and out of Liberia. Okay? But somebody has to try to give service to this country. Some of us were involved, as we believe, in agitation and otherwise to bring the system down. This is why we feel a moral duty to work and be a part of solving the problem. Now, is it where we want to be? No. Is Liberia a perfect case? No, it is not. Far from it. But you have to appreciate the diligent, honest effort being applied to lift up our society, to get us on the road to where we want to go. It's not going to be a snap of the finger. It's not going to be an overnight thing. We'll make mistakes here and there. But as we make the mistakes, we encourage all of us. There will not be mistakes intended to hide. To hide what? We have a bigger duty to work with the TRC report than any government that may come after us.
Thank you, Minister Louis Brown. The minister just completed another 1 hour with us, so that's total 2 hours. I guess he's going to come by for his last 1 hour. So let's just hang on. The minister will soon be coming back online again. So we might go for 3 hours and some more tonight because Minister Brown took the day off for this special interview tonight. He was supposed to have traveled to Ghana, but he decided to stay with us and join us here. Mr. Brown is back with us. Thank you, sir, again for joining us again for the third time tonight.
Yes, sir. After every hour, then the phone cuts off.
Yes,
then
sir,
I have to call it. But I'm very sorry. But the point to be made is I want us to concentrate on specifics in the TRC that you believe we need to implement that we are not, and we will tell you why and how we are going around those specifics as well. We have we have made the country to participate in a broader discussion of all of the other issues of reconciliation. And growing out of that, we have agreed on, all Liberians participated and agreed on what they call a national roadmap for reconciliation that is being also reviewed. We're looking at all kinds of creative ways. I started earlier by talking about economic reconciliation, political reconciliation, legal reconciliation. These things must work together. If we say the only reconciliation we want are to put people in jail, it will not reconcile the country. We need to put people in jail who are engaged in proved misconduct against the law, but at the same time, we need to give our people economic empowerment. We need to give our people increased access to a new system of justice. We need to deepen democracy in the country and the rule of law. We need to broaden freedom of speech so everybody's voice can be heard, so that each of us can have an added value of our sense of citizenship. When we do these things, it comes together in what we call a broader reconciliation process.
Thank you, Minister Brown. Caught up. You got a short time for your recommendation. Please go ahead and do that. We have to move to the next person here. A lot of people on the queue.
Yeah, Defo, thank you for the opportunity. Let me go straight to my recommendation, and let me set as the basis. The recommendations by the TROC is not an exclusive property for the Eden Johnson government. It is the property, if I may use your term, of the Liberian people. So I will encourage you to please tell Madam President the following. One, she should have the moral courage to follow the recommendations as it is. In the recommendation, there are procedures there to tell the president what to do with the recommendation. So let her take the moral high ground and follow the procedure within the recommendation. Two, yes, I still maintain it will be wise on the side of the president to open the debate. If the president thinks Liberian people don't want this report implemented in its entirety, then open the report for debate. Let people decide that instead of the president, selectively taking what is good for the government. And let me close. The president concluded that the failure of the 25,000 was a mess, in her own words. Instead of the president making excuses, we want our president to act. We need action. We are tired of hearing excuses. Corruption is endemic. Corruption everybody doing it. School system is a mess. No, we elect president to act. We don't elect president to make excuses. So tell Madam President to stop excuses and start to act on behalf of Liberian people. We expect the president to act. Thank you so much, Mr. Minister, and thank you, G, for taking my call.
Thank you for being part of this program.
Thank you. But I think action is all that we're trying to be involved with right now.
Thank you, Minister Brown. Minister Brown, the next one will come from quarter 5158. Your name and where you calling from?
Hello, my name is Cecilia Hippie.
Hello, Cecilia Hippie.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister Brown, for coming on this show tonight. I know you are one of the government officials we can count on to give us information from Liberia. And we always count on you. You always show up. Yes. My question for you is, the former minister, Kofi Woods, he's representing Rodney Sear right now, and he's taking this case to the ECOWA. Can you tell me the process? Because, like you stated before, they have already decided on the case, and he's in jail. Why are they taking it to the ECOWA? And the second question would be, our defense minister was caught in some kind of gossip, and he was recording about the government officials, about the corruption in Liberia. I know he apologized, but how far is the president going to take this? Because if you have a top official that is talking about issues in the country that he doesn't agree on, and we know everybody has been talking about corruption in Liberia, and the defense minister was caught in that recording. What is the government doing? Because he still got his position. I'm not recommending or saying they should fire him, but some of us look at it as a troubling, situation. So can you answer those questions for me?
Yes. Let me start with the defense minister. Thank you very much, Cecilia. Look, it was a most embarrassing, and I'm sure the Minister of Defense will be the first to admit that. It was very embarrassing. It was, like you say, he was caught in a very embarrassing moment. No doubt about that. I think it was a testament of character to have come out before the world and say, I'm sorry, I've wronged my colleagues, and I've hurt a lot of people by what I've said, and I'm very, very sorry. I was involved. In fact, the borrower is always said I was involved in a gossip. I am so sorry. Look, I don't know what the president's ultimate decision is going to be. But let me just say that what is the message we want to send here? As we walk this transformative road of our country, everything we do is about sending the proper message, sending the right example, so that, within the national consciousness, you can have people going back and say, oh, okay, this was done before. You want people to be able to have points of references and say, oh, when this happened, this was done. And you want to establish sufficient good examples, because the society we want to build is all of us. I'm not just talking about this government. All of us, the Liberia we want to see. Do we want to see a society that punishes, or do we want to? That punishes for punishing, or do we want to see a society that rehabilitates, that gives second chance, that permits people to learn from their errors? Just over this last cabinet, I keep referring to this cabinet because I think it's instructive. One of the issues we're talking about was how do we encourage more social protection programs? How do we reach out to prisons where a lot of young people, first-time offenders, people are in jail for sometimes, yes, for crimes they committed, but they committed without actually knowing. And can we provide rehabilitation programs as part of the social protection services to give people new lease on life? To say, look, you made a mistake before, but I'm not saying this is what the president is going to do or the president must necessarily do. I'm just saying, what kind of society do we want to be? We must be a society that will punish, prove wrong. Absolutely. But I think we must also be a society that must be about giving second chance wherever possible and wherever applicable. Some things are so wrong, they probably will not deserve a second chance. You can murder somebody and then we say we'll get a second chance. But if it doesn't rise to that level, and if somebody showing off or trying to make news or trying to gossip, the usual thing about Liberia, is it sufficient not to be given a second chance? Now, that's something all of us need to think about. And I'm sure that's something the president is thinking about. What kind of example can she set here so that the country can learn from it? I don't know what she's going to do. I really don't want to be in her position because it is a very difficult one. So we'll let her think through that. She's the president. As to Minister Woods, and Minister Woods is a very good student of the law, and he has years of human rights practice under his belt. He happens to be a very good friend of mine. I've known him for many, many years. He's a firm believer in what he believes in his principles. But it has been argued by lawyers and pointed out that the Supreme Court is very, very clear on the jurisdiction of the ECOWAS Court and the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court of Liberia. Imagine the Supreme Court of the United States for a moment with me. Imagine the Supreme Court of the United States making a decision, and that decision is subjected to OECD countries code or something else. You know, our Constitution is clear. The authority to determine what the law is the province of the Supreme Court. I think it was in a March term, in another matter before the Supreme Court involving the ECOWAS Code. The Supreme Court has already ruled, and we know, we who are not lawyers, we know that they in keeping with the doctrine of judicial review, only the Supreme Court can review its own decisions. Can you imagine what will happen to our country if suddenly decisions of the Supreme Court, even if we like it or we don't like it, if decisions of the Supreme Court become the subject of external bodies, external to our country, where will our country be going now? I mean, the entire sovereignty question will be brought before the public glare. Who authority do you accept as the final authority on a question? What does it say about the constitutional provision about the authority of the Supreme Court? You know, so, and then the court said in its March term ruling, I think it was, that even, in fact, as we speak, the legislature has not even ratified the agreement that will provide for the ECOWAS Code. And even if it did, no agreement, no treaty, no statute, no law can subordinate our Constitution. And our Constitution is very clear as to the final determinant of legal issues in the country. And that body is the Supreme Court. So I will leave that one to my friend and brother, Minister Woods, to deal with as we go through. Maybe he has another reliance I'm unaware of. Like I said, I'm not a lawyer. I know my friend very well. So let me just leave that matter with him. But I don't believe that there can be any jurisdiction of ECOWAS Code here that will subject the authority of the Supreme Court.
Thank you, Minister Louis Brown. Cecilia, do you have a recommendation or recommendations to Minister Brown? Cecilia?
Yes?
Do you have a recommendation or recommendations?
Well, my recommendation, I really don't have a lot today. He's giving us the information that we need. You know, when he come on this show, he always clarifies things for us, and I know that he's doing a very good job. So I really don't have a recommendation today, but I'll stop right here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Minister Brown, our next person is caller 4611. Your name and where you calling from?
Well, my name is Asin Yanti. I'm calling from Pennsylvania, Philadelphia.
How are you, Mr. Yanti?
How are you?
Thank you, Honorable Moderator. And I want to speak to the Honorable Louis Brown. How are you, sir?
I'm okay, sir. How are you, Isaac?
I'm happy to talk with you tonight.
Thank you.
I'm one of those people who, when I hear the name from Liberia, like Honorable Louis Brown, Kofi Woods, and the like, I'm somehow enlightening. You are now with Mr. Ellen Johnson Saleh. I remember I was at the Foreign Ministry as a coordinator of the Foreign Service Institute when you were appointed Foreign Minister. And today you are with the President as his Minister of Information. How do you see your role as Minister of Information as compared to your former role in the Charter-led government? How do you see your role? I mean, in terms of the working relationship between you and the President now, and your role yesterday, which you just admitted that you were one of those people that people blame for the Liberian situation. So how do you see yourself being a spokesman for President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, and yesterday being a foreign minister during the when Mr. Moses Brown was the president.
Yes.
How do you see your roles as LPRC managing director and all of these things coming down as Minister of Information? What do you really have to provide for Liberians so that they can build confidence in you? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Isaac. Thank you very much. This is a question that I guess I will have to, as our country transitions.
Yeah.
This is a question I guess we will have to deal with from time to time. So let me just say it this way. You know, the Liberian government, it will take us some time to get this to settle in. Take the country you are in, and that's the model we are trying to follow. Chuck Hagel is a former Republican senator. He is now Secretary of Defense. Yes, you will argue that it's a more established democracy. The point I'm trying to make is that we need to begin to see that our country is not a trophy awarded to any party or any individual. In moments, there was President Taylor. He led. His administration had to deal with challenges that are totally different from the current reality and challenges of Liberia. Then, the Liberian people elected President Sirleaf. Have we awarded her a country? No, we have not. Did we award a country to President Taylor? No, we did not. In moments, we provided them opportunity to lead us. It is a duty we share from the day we declared this republic an independent state and we announced it to the world. We were enjoying in a duty, and that duty enjoins our heirs, those who will come long after us. We are enjoying in a duty to continue to build our state, rebuild our country, and stabilize it. Now, I said to you, through my advocacy, through works I've done, I feel a part of the problem in our country. I'm a former student leader from the University of Liberia. I went to jail in advocacy. We talked about the need to change our country. We worked for the change. The point I'm making is you don't surrender that and say, oh, then I'm done, I'm gone. If given an opportunity to bring my experience, to bring everything that I've learned, mistakes that I've made, to bring it back to the table and say, this is how we can be better. I can choose to sit outside and criticize from outside. One of my former mentors used to tell me, his name was Gabriel Bacchus Matthews. He used to say, you can never change the song the choir singing from outside the church. If you are serious about changing the song the choir singing, and you are a good singer, then join the choir. I am not a member of the Unity Party. Let me be very clear. I hold my membership with the National Patriotic Party. I think it is transformative of the way we practice our politics. For President Sirleaf to say, Louis Brown, you have been a vocal critic. Now bring your ideas into a cabinet. In the cabinet, we don't talk party politics. We don't wear party label. We don't wear party T-shirt. We don't wear party pins. If anything, the only thing that we are focused on is how do we move our country. Now, I can choose forever to sit down outside and criticize everything about my country and make it look like the worst place God ever made. Or I can bring my constructive ideas to a table. I will now win all of the debates in the cabinet. I will now win all of the issues. But if I talk about my experiences and why certain public policies in its formative stage may or may not work, then I will help my country by the right policies being put into place, by the policy makers benefiting from my experience. And so my experience from FPRC, my experience from the legislature, my experience from being Minister of Foreign Affairs, I bring all to the table. So when I advise the current administration of our government, and that's the mistake we made, the government will stay the administration may change. So the current administration of my government, I want to help to continue to be better, to continue to deliver to the people of Liberia. Because if they pass the wrong policies, which I know I can help to improve, and I say, no, because I'm opposition, and the uniqueness of our politics is that the government is now awarded to Unity Party, so I can't touch it. I can't do anything about it. I'm equally responsible for that wrong policy that I know I could have helped to make better. So that is why when I was offered this opportunity, I said, I thought about it deeply. And let me confess to you all listening to me. I thought it was a trap. I said, I will be criticizing a woman. What do people say about me? The woman trying to set me up so they can catch me in some kind of thing. They say, oh, all that BMO you were making, boom. Then they fire me. Until we started working. And I'm sure she was even suspicious of me. Can I trust him? Can I rely on his view? Is he going to give me his best judgment on each question? Over time, I believe we have bridged that gap. And I want people to understand. When I talk about my country with so much passion, it's not necessarily because I want to defend President Sirleaf. President Sirleaf can defend herself. The way our government is structured, the spokesperson of the president is the press secretary. But if I know a truth, and because I'm an opposition, you don't want me to say that truth to you, then it's not a job I'm doing. Amen, gentlemen. I'm equally qualified, like many of you, to work in America, to even teach, to even do something else and make more than $2,300. I'm equally qualified. But somebody got to do the job in a way that when you all are ready to come back home, at least the country will not have gone backwards. We will be moving forward. And sometimes when you all criticize, what do you expect? He's being paid to do. I'm being paid what? I'm being paid what, really? What, really? Okay, so I want us to understand this country is ours to build. We can box ourselves as party this, party that. But one thing around which we must always agree and come together is that if we don't give this country our best service, we ourselves will pay for it. And if we don't pay for it, our children will pay for it. That's what I want to say about that.
Thank you, Minister Louis Brown. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you joining us, this is Liberia Destiny Debaters that I control. My name is D. Flo from the Second, and we are talking to Minister Louis Brown, Minister of Information, Cultural Affairs, and Tourism. Cora, go ahead and give your recommendation to our Honorable Minister here.
Okay, Honorable Minister Brown.
Yes,
I want to compliment your view. You are being very sensitive of issues, and you are being very helpful in working with the government. I appreciate that you are a man of tolerance, and those qualities can make you to be a leader. But I want you to kindly convey to Her Excellency, our President, those views of Liberians that are crying in the diaspora and elsewhere, that the TRC report should be implemented. Let her make that a living reality to see what Liberians really want to see out of that report. I know most people in government and even in the Senate or vice in the legislature are somehow, implicated with the report, even including the president herself and many other individuals here in the United States and there in Liberia as well. But the Liberians are interested in debating this report. I will kindly suggest, and again, I will kindly suggest that you convey that to the president. Reason being that that report, that TRC was created out of the example of South Africa. We never had that in Liberia before. So somehow we're in the diaspora when we heard that the committee was set up to try, to talk with people who have committed various vices during the war. So I don't know how did you two arrive at that initiative at a committee, but I understand it was endorsed. It was endorsed by the president as a special committee to find out what people did. So if you know what the people had done, then of course something should be done so that Liberia will be happy. That is my recommendation. I can support those who are opting for that. And once again, I want to thank you for being tolerant in accepting our views, but you should kindly convey these views to the President because you are most eminent person to the President. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Isaac. Thank you very much.
It's Minister Brown. Our next caller is caller 8672. Your name and where you calling from?
My name is Jacob Way. I'm calling from Minnesota. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for having me. Now, thank you, Mr. Brown, for being on the show also.
It is a pleasure to have you on.
Yeah, okay. Before I start my question, I mean, I always kind of been thinking about people insisting on the implementation of the TRC report. I mean, I think there are a lot of problems mountains of problems in Liberia that people sometimes overlook with the notion that if you implement the TRC report, all Liberia problems will go away. I don't know. So I just kind of get confused with that. And maybe the minister can clarify because I don't know what I know. The only thing I know is the banning for people who are considered culprits of the Liberian civil crisis for 30 years. I know that most of the time are things people been insisting on. But according to the minister, what actually, if he can maybe elaborate on that, what in the TRC report that from his perspective, that if everything in that is implemented, will the situation in Liberia change significantly to the point that people's opinion about the government might change? And then my next question has to do with CA issues. I mean, sometimes it baffles me to the point that the people want freedom of speech and all those stuff, but if a citizen take another citizen to court, they make that out of the government taking somebody to court. I don't see the connection. I mean, from my perspective, journalism should be a well-respected profession. I mean, to the point that where somebody, give a less that somebody stole from the government. In the United States, if you publish a story that turns out not to be true, you have the right to go and withdraw that story. But I think the Honorable CA had the chance to go and withdraw the story. He refused to. So, I mean, if the law says, he does also damage to social person, I must also state that I don't think $1.5 million United States dollars is a just something to contribute to somebody in the Liberian or environment. So with that said, maybe the minister can help me to understand why is this award to Dr. Toh in the United States dollar, not in the Liberian dollar in the first place? So if those two questions can be answered, I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Again, I want to speak to the public record as a government spokesperson. I don't want to engage the government in a retrial of the issues of law or the issues of facts in a case that has been decided, because it doesn't help us consolidate our democratic process and our commitment to the rule of law. But let me just say this. The public record shows that Dr. Toh sued for $2 million United States dollars. He believed the total damage cost him came up to $2 million. Whether there was anguish or he couldn't find joy again, or his children were crying, or everybody called him rude, or suddenly his reputation was tainted. Now, I also want to say, I'm not a journalist. I want to say that what we know about journalism, even in America, there was a lady not too long ago who was asked to produce her sources. She said she would not compromise her source. I don't know if many of you remember that case.
Yep.
She was in jail for 2 years. She said, I will not tell my source. I think she was in jail for 2 years. Now, the second thing I want to say is this. When Dr. Toh sued, and this case has been going on, I think, for 2 or even 3 years, he didn't just sue Mr. Sie. He sued Mr. Sie, Mr. Sanwa Fala, I think they listed him as a reporter. Then he attached Front Page Africa newspaper and Front Page Africa online service. Because I've seen the questions come up in some of the writings that, how they close the man business. Now, the jury awarded, after they heard Mr. Sie went to court with his lawyers, They filed their returns, they processed, they went to court, they tried it, and the jury said, look, after all that we have heard, we now see it's 1.5 million. We're not giving the man 2 million. We're giving him 1.5 million in terms of the damage. What it says to me, whether our court perfect or not, it says that the jury felt that this man had proved his case. Mr. C.A. felt the jury arrived at an unfair judgment on his part. He announced an appeal. His lawyers announced the appeal. But they follow up. They filed a bill of exception. The lower court judge signed it. What it means is when the judge signs the bill of exception, it means the judge, that trial court, no longer has jurisdiction over that matter. The matter then must go to the Supreme Court. Instead of the matter going to the Supreme Court, somehow, inexplicably, it was abandoned. And let me say another thing that people don't know. It takes, from the day you announce the appeal, you have 60 days to complete that process. 2 months. Over that period of 2 months, nothing was done to complete the process. After that, there are two lawyers, I'm speaking only to the public record, I don't want to express an opinion. There are two lawyers lifted a motion, filed a motion to the Supreme Court to dismiss the appeal because the trial court judge, up to that point, no longer had jurisdiction on the matter. So the Supreme Court heard the motion to dismiss, and send the case back to the trial court and say, resume your jurisdiction and proceed to enforce the judgment. That is how this matter went. And by our law, civil procedure law, this is not a criminal case. By civil procedure law means dispute between two persons. The government is not a party to this. Dispute between two persons. And the civil procedure law, 44.71, it says, and I'm paraphrasing here, but each of you can please research it. You can Google it on the internet. It says if you are in libel cases of defamation, if you are unwilling or unable to pay. No, the words they use is if you cannot or will not pay, you will be imprisoned. And because Dr. To attached front page newspaper and front page online service, the court was without a choice in enforcing the judgment, and Mr. C said he can't pay. So then the court had to enforce a judgment by saying then shut down the offices. We as a government are not interested. Mr. C is a friend of the government. I want to make this clear. I can't make it clearer. Mr. C is a friend of the government. Now, in terms of whether the amount was too much, again, I answered that the man sued in U.S. dollars. And so the court awarded, maybe he said his damages were in U.S. dollars. So the jury, the public, and the jury represent the public. I made that point clear before. It was the public that tried the facts. It is the public that tries facts in our courts. And in America, a jury trial, the jury are presented the facts. They go and come back with a judgment and say, no, we find a person guilty because of the facts that they have given us. The judge only tried the issues of law. Now, I believe, given the fact that the Supreme Court has consistently ruled in support of, in favor and support of Article 21, and this rule is not by choice of the Supreme Court. Our court is clear. I mean, our law, our constitution clear. There will be no excessive fines or excessive punishment imposed. But you who believe it to be excessive, you have to go make that case to the Supreme Court. You see, and I said earlier, and I challenge anybody to prove me wrong. A trial judge, having heard a case, and the jury in that case awards a penalty. The trial judge who hearing the case can't change that penalty. All that party has to do, okay, soon the penalty has been given, is to raise the issue with the Supreme Court. And who knows how the Supreme Court would have ruled had that matter gone there. It is saying that each other say, oh, maybe the court will not come to rule. There is no way we could ever know now, because had that matter gone there, perhaps the court would have ruled. And if Article 21 had been raised, which no party can raise for, which no one, including the president or the trial judge himself, can raise for a party where the party is supposed to raise for himself. So I hope we provide an explanation on that. The government is not, I know there are attempts to draw us into it. There have been all kinds of accusations. The government gets long hair, invisible hair. That's not true. I can tell you this with all of my credibility. It is simply not true. The government has nothing to do with this. And we must continue to encourage our ordinary citizens. Rather than take up cutlass to go jump after and chop out each other, go to court if you feel aggrieved. And we must continue to put in systems to encourage the court to be the fair venue for the just settlement of these kinds of disputes. Now, on to the TRC, I will just quickly say that I've asked, and maybe like you, I'm confused, because I can prove to you with a report that we'll make available on the internet in the next few days, everything that has been done in keeping the TRC report. Usually, when people talk about TRC report, and the conversation will get louder as we go to election, because some people are expecting now don't want to run against certain people, so they're saying, "Oh, that man has to be in a race. He's going to be banned by TRC report." Usually, when you hear people talk about TRC report, the only thing they talk about is certain citizens are going to be banned. But the court has ruled on that part of the TRC report already. The president cannot implement and say 30% cannot participate in politics when the Supreme Court has said the TRC did not have the authority to stop a citizen from participating except by the outcome of a hearing judgment consistent with due process of law. And the Supreme Court says, and the court are saying, only the court can make that kind of decision against a citizen. And it will only do it when there is due process of law. That person must be heard. That person must have a right to counsel. That person must hear the accusers. That person must build a formidable defense and have the opportunity to do that. That's what due process means. So the court has ruled on that already. So the president can't go against the court ruling and start finding 30% to say, no, you are banned. The president cannot do that. So usually when people talk about the TRC report, that's exactly what they talk about. And I'm asking you, like I asked earlier, say to anybody, what other aspect of the TRC report do you believe must be carried out that is not being carried out as we speak? I have yet to get a good answer on it.
Correct. Do you have any aspect of the TRC report that you would like to answer the minister's question on the issue of TRC reports?
I thought that was my question to the minister. My question was, what aspect of the TRC report he thinks, if implemented, will change people's expectation and perception of the government? Because every time we hear TRC report, like the TRC report is like a magic one for the Liberian or problem that once implemented, all the problem will go away. So I thought since he's in the government, he had a better idea or knew something that some of them know.
Well, I think the best people that you can maybe send that question to will be those who always come up with a TRC report implementation. They will be the right people to give that question to. We have a lot of them on the line here, so go ahead, give your recommendation. We probably will take one of them, and so we can, because we have a lot of people. Some people have been holding the line for almost 2 hours now. So please go ahead, give your recommendation, and we'll see if we can take one of them.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, for taking my question. And all I can say, keep on the good work. I think the current level of engagement that is been seen out of Liberia is very, very encouraging. People coming on, just clearing our doubts and maybe clarifying things that some of us don't understand is very, appreciative. And we look forward to, continuing engagement, informing some of us that are looking for maybe to come back down one of these days or maybe take part in government. So I have no recommendation for you other than just saying keep up the good work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and all of you are more than welcome. This is our home.
Thank you, Minister Brown. We're going to take the next person. The next person is 3693. Your name and where you calling from?
Yeah, this is George Kamara calling from Minnesota. Good afternoon.
Welcome to the show, George Kamara.
Yeah, good afternoon. Good evening, Mr. Minister.
Good evening, George.
I got a couple of questions for you, please. According to your press conference that your government recently had, came out and stated that. Say that again?
I said you mean our government.
Yeah. Came out and stated that the GAC report was not credible. I would like to know, according to, could you please quote section 53.1 of the Executive Law of 1972 and section K3 part 3 of the Financial Public Law Regulation for us, please.
Can you quote it for us, please? Can you quote that for us and then give a question to the minister, please? You go ahead and quote it for us, please.
Okay, section, first of all, I will start with the 53.3 of the Executive Law of 1972. State that the mandate of the GAT of the GAC is that the GAT government is responsible to audit all public financial officials, civil servants, Anthony, the district commissioners, whosoever that reliable that have funds, government funds, even organization that have shares that using government money. Section K3 Part 3 of the Public Financial Regulation 2009 states that a person by this allowing of for the GAC to audit them, they are allowed to take the GAC to the Supreme Court. In this saying that, my question is that why is it not the government of Liberia coming out and saying that the GAC report was not credible? And after hold on one second, sir. After Mr. Chris too was spearheading millions of government money, and it is the GAC report to audit whosoever that controlling government money, organization, agency, district, commissioner, superintendent, and whatsoever. They are all fall in this department. The GAC is responsible to audit those. Can the minister
get to your question, because it looks like you are almost repeating what you just said. You read to us your section 3 and the rest of it. So let the minister touch that, because there are a lot of people on the line. You are repeating what you just read to us, please.
Yeah,
Mr. Brown, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, George. First of all, I said from the onset of this show, maybe you have not joined in. I challenge anyone, anywhere. You know, one of the things we're struggling with, and my office is struggling to correct, is misinformation. 90% of my work I found out is correcting the record. I challenge you to let anybody quote any government. People have editorialized. First of all, you look at a newspaper, Liberian Express, which first published it. They got my big picture there and claimed it was a statement released by the Ministry of Information. That's not true. I challenge anybody. We have never brought the credibility of any other report into question, or of the GAC itself. And I get it was because of that even the acting director, the acting auditor general, did a lengthy reaction. In fact, I think it's on front page Africa. He dealt with me. He dealt with Minister Starr, all because of this simple misunderstanding. I challenge anybody to show you anything in writing from MICAT, which is the Ministry of Information, and or from the Justice Ministry that say a audit report is not credible. All that has been said is that an audit report, and the Justice Minister was reacting to a specific question asked her. How do come you have all the audit reports and nobody in jail? She said, hold on, slow down. An audit report in and of itself is not an indictment. An indictment is that which you get, then you put people in jail. An audit report is simply one level of investigation by the good body. And we have used that level of investigation to do a number of things. To prosecute people. There have been prosecution based on the audit report and the evidence that were provided, working papers, working documents, specific document. You don't take the book or the CD of the report. It can be on CD or in a book. You don't take and carry it to a court and carry it to a jury and say, send a man to jail or find a man guilty based on this opinion. What you do, you work with the GAC, you put a team of lawyers together, and these are the things we are doing. For each of the reports, no other report has been thrown away by the government. I want to disabuse you. I want to challenge anyone. You put a team together, which the government has done, of lawyers. They get together. Then they request from the GAC additional information, such as source document. You don't carry the auditor opinion to the court and say, jail the man because Auditor Louis Brown said the man guilty. It's never done like that in court. You must give evidence in court. And the evidence is not necessarily that piece of audit report. The audit report points you in the direction of weaknesses in the system. While you are taking the administrative corrective measures, if the issue is at the level where you need to go to court on it to seek prosecution, then you request additional evidence. You go into the report yourself, one by one, page by page. And each accusation, I want to explain this clearly so all can understand. Each accusation, you request the source document or maybe the document attached to the report. If the document is not attached to the report, you request it from the GAC. Then the GAC gives you that document. You look at all of the documents. And by our law, the decision to prosecute can never be made even by the president. Even if I did something that the president thought was wrong, she can't say, I sue Louis Brown or Louis Brown go to court. She has to rely on the opinion of the Attorney General, which is, in our case, we call it the Justice Minister, that say, look, we have enough evidence. Because some people say, and I tell you what, some big journalists in this town started saying, oh, but we thought once the audit report came out, the post will be behind bars. We said, no, that's not how it works. We must get the evidence that the audit report speaks of. And we must not just say the Auditor General say. We must say, here is the supporting document that led to the Auditor General opinion. And that process takes some time because, as you agree, even as we speak, the government is continuing to commission additional audits by the GAC. So how can we say the GAC report unreliable? We have used these reports in our debt waivers programs. We have used this report to continue to build institutional capacities. We have used this report to address institutional weaknesses. So we can't say our report unreliable. We have simply said you cannot take that report to a court and tell the jury, say, read this section where the Auditor General said the man stole. That is not how you prosecute. When the Auditor General says that this man squandered 30,000, you go to look at the receipts. You ask for the receipts. You look at it. It's the receipts that you will show because that man too has a right to build a defense. You don't want a government that's just going to court and losing cases. The next question you ask about the people, you know what they're doing. Because that taxpayers' money you are using to prosecute, to pay lawyers. So we got to make sure that each case we have enough to go on to win a case. Even if it is not enough to win, we must be convinced. Because you see, when you are suing on based on reports like this, it's criminal in nature. Then the burden of proof is on you who are accusing the person, and you must convince the jury beyond all reasonable doubt. You can't go to the court and say the Auditor General believes, or the Auditor General wrote it, or the Auditor General opinion is. You got to produce evidence. We commit people here based on evidence. It's that evidence that you take to the grand jury to get an indictment. And it's that evidence that you use in the court. So we only said, people, please stop thinking. Once you see an audit report, the person just ought to go to jail. That's all the Justice Minister said. Nothing more than that. It is not to rubbish any report. We are working with every report, and we'll continue to work with the GAC because their contribution to transparency, to building the rule of law, to institutional capacity continue to be extremely important.
Thank you, Minister Louis Brown. Cora, we're going to give you a few minutes for you. Let's give you the opportunity for you to give recommendations on the subject of this. So please, we need recommendations from you. Recommendations, not question again, please.
No, it's not a question. Mr. Minister, Minister is telling us that they said that, according to him, they have seen that the report, they didn't say there was no report was not credible. According to Crystal, when Crystal came up with his press conference, he had evidence to prove that. Yes, the evidence I'm showing you, the government said the report was not credible. Now, Mr. Minister is coming out saying that the report was, they didn't say so. Hold on, let me talk, please, sir. The same report, this was the same report that you guys used today that was written by United Nations or EU or people from Ghana, people from all around the world that you guys used today to free Liberia from $4.9 billion debt. That one was credible.
I just told you that.
Now, hold on, excuse me, sir. Yeah. This was the same report that you guys used to investigate Musability for tax fraud. Now, because it coming to Crystal, you guys are seeing the report was not credible.
Well, but I don't know why you are arguing. What is their point here? Yeah, the minister has told you or said here that he's not saying that.
You need to call Crystal to revoke his statement. You need to call Crystal to revoke his statement because he said
I read that story myself. It was not a minister. It was not Minister Brown. It was not the government. Sometimes we just need to take the time and read details. Read a little bit of details and get pieces of what the person is trying, the writer is trying to put together.
Okay. Let me give you my advice. My advice to you guys, to the government of Liberia, to our government, is that the report, even if you guys don't touch it, the next government that will come in power will make sure that the report be implemented. And all those that have been accused will be responsible. Whether you can fly around the world, will still bring you to justice.
Okay.
That's my point.
Thank you.
Okay, my brother, but let me just wrap this up by making this point for the callers to understand. Dr. Christo is a private citizen entitled to his opinion. He does not speak for the government of Liberia. And there is no statute of limitation on embezzlement and such related crimes, assuming we have the evidence to proceed. We will proceed after any Liberian. Let me be very clear to you. We will proceed on any Liberian that we have evidence to prosecute. We have done it before by the same audit report and will continue to do so. I want to be clear. This government, and I challenge anyone, please stop holding that view. The government has never rubbished its audit report or the works of the GAC. Never. We have all that we have said legally. You don't just take the GAC report and put people in jail based on that. You get the evidence, then you go to court with it. That is what. And the GAC report is not an evidence. It is the basis of creating the evidence. And that's all that the Justice Minister said. That Otto does not speak for this government. We are not a party to his suit. If he had a press conference explaining his case, that was his version of it. And he's entitled to his interpretation, his version, like you are. But you are not entitled to your own facts. The fact is that this government has never rubbished the work of the GAC or any of its institutions. They continue to be very important. We'll continue to work with those reports like we did in the past to prosecute, like we did to relieve debt, like we did recently to seek indictment against other Liberians at home and abroad. We will continue to do so.
Thank you, Minister Louis Brown. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to 3 hours in this program tonight, so we're going to advise that Minister is going to 3 hours, so we are going to have to wrap it up here sooner. Minister Brown, let's take the next one. The next one will come from 2879. Your name and where you're calling from.
Yes, this is Julius Banto calling from Providence, Rhode Island.
Welcome to the show, Julius Banto.
How are you?
Fine. How you doing, Minister?
I'm good. I trust that you're okay.
Yes, I'm fine. All right, my concern tonight has to do with your political affiliation, those recommendations from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And, okay, so far that's all. Let me deliberate, then after you can respond, and then I can make my recommendation. All right, you said up to present, as much as you work in the former Charles Taylor-led government, you still remain a member of the National Patriotic Party. But as an institutionalist, and from that standpoint, I see a lot of contradiction in your deliberation. And what do I mean? Okay. If you say that you are a member of the National Patriotic Party, then I strongly believe that the decision of the party surpasses your individual decision. So as an institutionalist, if the organization take any decision, you remain, and everybody follows suit. But here is where the contradiction come in. During this current election, when the CDC and MPP had that marriage, that merger, you led the MPP, you went as independent candidate for Mosorado County, and you was defeated by Jalindo Sherry, who is now the general senator for Mosorado County. So with that, if you say tonight and boast of becoming a member of the MPP, I see that as a contradiction. At the time, the late Wayfield, when John Wayfield was the Secretary General of the National Patriotic Party. And the arrangement of those slots was like, where you have your strongholds, nobody going to put any member against their friend. So CDC took Mosorado because Mosorado is a CDC stronghold, and then MPP now put anybody. And in other places, MPP put people which believe to be MPP stronghold, and CDC now puts anybody there. But then, looking at your own individual decision or your own individual ambition, you decide to quit the marriage as an individual, and you went as independent candidate, and you were even supported by President Johnny Sirleaf, but you never won. So from that perspective, I see you as one who will offer himself.
Julia, what is your question? What is your question? Let's dive into it. Give me a question, please.
I'll say
running it with MPP. What is your question?
Listen, he claimed to be a member of the MPP personally. Still, I'm saying.
Ask the minister your question. What is your question?
Yes, listen. My question has to do with institutionalists. As if indeed he was an institutionalist, I believe he should remain with the party and support the decision of the party. So
yes,
I want
that is not a question. That is not a question. That is a statement. What is your question?
Listen. What I'm saying is, I said I will deliberate it. From there, he can come in to make a point that I make my recommendation. Is what I said.
Wait, could you just give your question first? Let's take it for your question, then you can make a comment.
Question first. So I can answer it and then.
All right.
Reduce it to a question, please.
All right. I want to know why is it that your party took the decision of marriage, and then you single-handedly led the marriage as an individual, leaving the party decision, and you went as independent candidate in this election for General Senator Mosorado County, and you were defeated. 2, the TRC recommendation. I strongly believe you are part of those that was banned from public office for 30 years. And the reason was financial. Hello?
They're not true.
Hello? Let me come in. This is Julius, not Julius.
Madam Sally was banned in a TRC report for 30 years. So let's get that record straight.
Read the report. The report is there for everybody, man.
Listen. The report is very clear. It's not only Madam Sally. Even Kaifali was bound to for 30 years.
Okay.
And it's bound to for 30 years.
I'm not one of those banned for 30 years.
Okay, let me make this point. So the document there, the TRC, the document that were carved that brought sanity and peace to Liberia. Because if you people would today say that yes, it is contravention, it is against the Constitution, they actually believe that President Spiller was supposed to remain until his tenure expires. But he looked at it, because of that recommendation, it was because of that, Taylor resigned and left for exile. So everything about that document should be implemented to the fullest. But what we are saying here is that we all saying that. Hello, let me make my point. You will come in, brother. You will come in, minister. Let me make my point.
Let me remind you. You are giving the question, and you have not waited for the response. You are already giving your comment. So we're not coming back to you for comment again.
Okay, let me go ahead. At the
same time.
Okay, let me go ahead.
Okay, Julius.
Yes, I'm there listening.
Answer first by saying to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the minister just tapped away again. It's 1 hour, so we're going 3 hours here. So let's hope that the minister comes back in a couple of minutes here. That will be taking us to 4 hours tonight. So we're going to keep the line here. Ladies and gentlemen, when we ask for questions, we ask for questions. When we ask for your recommendations, we are asking for recommendations. Okay, the minister is back with us. Thank you, Minister Brown, again for calling us back.
Yes. You know, every hour it goes off, I have to call back. This is the 10th hour. So But it's okay. It's okay. That's part of a civic duty we have to our friends and brothers.
Thank you, sir.
Julius.
Yes, I'm good listening.
Okay. But let me correct the public record. First of all, this thing where we pretend we know everything and we get talking like that, we got to change it at some point in our history. We got to change it. Here are the facts. And let's stick to facts when other people listening. Fact number one. President Taylor did not leave here because of TRC report. The TRC report is a product of our meeting in Accra after President Taylor left. President Taylor served his full term. If you recall, I think it was August 11. That turning over ceremony happened at the executive mansion. That was the date and blah did that 2 months. So, no, please, President Taylor did not leave here because of the TRC report. The TRC report, no TRC was in existence even at that point. Point number one. Point number two, when you talk about TRC report, eventually everybody link it to politics. Because everybody afraid, somebody there afraid of the other man, one heart on something and say, they say the other man is supposed to not participate. That decision of the TRC was declared null and void by the Supreme Court. Why? Because the court ruled in keeping with the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia that no commission has any authority to deny a Liberian citizen from the exercise of their constitutional rights and privileges except by the outcome of a hearing judgment. So when 5 persons, 6 persons, 10 persons get together in a commission and say the person is bad, that does not amount to due process of law. Those 30 people that were named went to the court. The court struck it down. The second thing the court struck down was that the TRC report was not subject to any review by the Supreme Court. The TRC recommendation was not subject. The Supreme Court struck it down that no commission exercised any authority in this country over and above the authority of the court to say what the law is on any question. So on those two counts that you hear, usually when you hear people talk about TRC report, that the two things they're talking about, people are not supposed to participate in politics for 30 years. The TRC, that part of the TRC report was dismissed by the Supreme Court as being against the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia. Now, having resolved that, let me come to the thing you started with, NPP, CDC, and I bet you CDC man, but that's not important to the conversation. The fact of the matter here, really, Julius, is this: I am not just a member; I'm a member in senior standing of the NPP. I'm a founding member even of that party. The records will show. Let me also refer you to the country you're in. The country you're in. Chuck Hagel endorsed President Obama. Well, let's move from Chuck. He's a Republican. He is now Minister of Defense. They call it Secretary of Defense. But let's go another step further. One of the guys who everybody was asking to be candidate, former chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Colin Powell, a Republican through and through, he endorsed Obama against his party. What do you say about him? Because we are in. When you were saying, Julius, we got to take a broader, non-emotional look at our country right now. It doesn't help us to reduce our country to CDC and UP and argue from that narrow perspective, that tunnel vision of seeing everything, whether it will operate to CDC advantage or it will operate to UP advantage. We must worry about the biggest advantage, which is that of our country. I have certain skills, certain abilities. I've learned from my past. I've had a very good past, I believe, that has given me an opportunity to learn a lot of things about my country. If I can contribute to it now, do I have to wait for a CDC government to be able to do that? Or do I have to necessarily? I don't hate CDC, Julius. I love my country. That's all. And all that I'm trying to do is to help it be better. Now you can say, oh, he betrayed. My party has never seen me. Right now, my party sees me as a source of inspiration. What is power? What is political power? What is influence? Political power and influence is your ability to influence public policy. It's to help the national decision-making process. I could spend the rest of my life criticizing the government from the states, where I could equally have a job. I could be criticizing from Timbuktu. I could be criticizing from South Africa. How does it help my country? I believe I have been a part of helping us to get here. I want to be a part of moving us away from here. If I'm guilty about anything, Stanley Julius, I have no apologies. I will continue to live by my conscience to make the kinds of decisions that I believe will be in the best interest of my country.
Thank you, Julius. We got a few minutes. We'll give you a few seconds to make a recommendation because you were going back and forth with this recommendation at the same time with your question. So please narrow it.
Okay, brother. All right. What actually I want to say is that even those comparative analysis you're making, when it comes to the African politics, as an executive member of the National Patriotic Party then, you also have the right to disagree with the party to not go in that direction with the marriage with the CDC. But that clearly manifests that this minister is not. Let me make my point and listen to you. Let me make my recommendation to you. This clearly manifests that this minister is not consistent. I see a lot of inconsistency in him. Even when it comes to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, those documents will serve, that recommendation will serve as deterrence to chaos to war in our country. Because tomorrow my brother Sept can come from here and be a rebel leader in Liberia. But if precedents are set today, tomorrow every one of us will think twice, oh, those guys did this, they are going through this punishment. It will serve as deterrence. But people are over there and trying to start playing and start lying. But for me, I strongly believe, Minister, that government is continuity. Even if this leadership, this administration cannot implement them, I know there will be a leadership that will implement the TRC recommendation. Thank you very much.
Yeah, before I let you go.
Question, Julian, I want to ask you one question before you go. Is this possible?
Yeah, come on, listen.
Are you a member of CDC?
Yes, I'm on the line.
Are you a member of CDC?
I think it has to do with my personal life.
Oh,
I don't have to become a
personal life now.
Come again?
Sorry, I intended that to be a joke.
No, but what I want to say is becoming a member of CDC or not becoming a member of CDC doesn't mean that we shouldn't say what is right. Those ills in society should be booted out.
But let me
decision to do that to carry on that marriage, and then all of a sudden you want to be a senator, you let the decision go on the other side.
Julius, let me just make a case. Let me make a point here, okay? George Weah is a founding member of CDC. Is that right?
Yeah.
Do you remember a couple of weeks ago, George Weah was talking about reconciliation? How can you compare reconciliation with deterrence? How can you have those two things?
I like that question. There is no reconciliation without justice. People should believe this. People should understand it.
I answer my question. Will you tell George Weah that he should not talk about reconciliation, talk about punishing criminals, punishing those who allegedly committed war crimes?
I'm saying to you, George Weah, from his individual perspective, he will see it the way he want to go. But I'm saying to you, there is no true reconciliation without justice. The culture of impunity should be broken in Liberia.
Okay, thank you. We'll leave it like that.
Thank you, Julius.
Thank you, Julius. Let's take the other one, Mr. Brown. Let's take the next one. Leave this TRC issue because it's not going to waste our time on this one topic here. Let's take caller. The next caller is we got a lot of people on the line. Sometimes we lost a caller. Let's go to caller. Just a minute here.
I'm here. I think you owe me.
Yes, okay. That's you. Let's go ahead. That's 6105.
Right.
Your name and where you're calling from.
Thank you so much. My name is Anthony Aram Zaite. I'm calling from Cottage Grove, Minnesota. And let me just begin by giving you thanks for your programs. But we quickly say that I think instead of arguing here and there, for the program to smoothly go on as it has been always, is to really limit the questions, and also, I know the honorable minister, he's doing well. He has the energy, but narrow some of your answer, because we have so many. I mean, many of us have been on the line for more than 2 hours. I don't know why you're doing Liberia, but here we are very, very busy. So I would just suggest that, and starting with me, if you know that I'm going.
No, but I object. My
the minister is also busy. He's doing a he's doing
all right. Okay, all right.
Let's take
Thank
that
you.
back.
No, but I understand what you say. I understand what you mean.
Thank you so much. My question is going to be based on some of the statements you just made. You talk about cross-bordering. That means you measure specifically Lafayette County, Bond County. They are not carrying their produce across the border to sell. I don't know what you're going to do about that, but let me tell you, I'm from Lafayette County. And during my days in Lafayette County, we had Guineans that were crossing to Liberia to sell their produce because one reason, there was a demand and they were being compensated financially, good amount of money as compared to what I want to get in Guinea. What we lack in Liberia is advertising. We talk about cocoa and coffee. I was born planting cocoa and coffee. And when Vanisha came here and condemned that we don't have nothing including cocoa and coffee, these are leaders in our country, I really felt very, very bad. So I beg you, Honorable Information Minister, if you do go, please allow the people to carry their cocoa and coffee across the border, okay? That's the only thing they are depending on. If you make your product more marketable in Liberia, for sure you don't have to tell them. They will bring it in there. That's one of the problems we have. The Liberia government received $24.9 million. If you are on computer today, I want you to check it out. Just Google it. For $24.9 million for cocoa and coffee rehabilitation in Lafayette County. That's 2 years ago. I heard you talking about where we're trying to put this in the agricultural sector. Where have you guys done with the $24.9 million? Or just one, in fact, there were like 2 counties, I think, Bond and Lafayette County. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. And it's a loan. This is the loan that the government is accumulating that we don't have no account of, and we don't see what the impact is making for the life of our people. So that's the comment I wanted to make about the agricultural sector, because I heard you talking about why you're putting in. Now I'm coming to the currency. The issue of currency. You being a information minister, I strongly believe that you don't have to be an economic minister before you understand what brings about the growth of our economies. The cover micro and macro economy you do in junior high. I'm talking about MAMR, which of course, if you ever went through high school successfully in Liberia, you may have done some of these courses. The basic economic principles state that the higher the demand, the higher the price. We know that Liberia has one of the largest peacekeeping forces on planet Earth. What I mean is, if we have one currency
at the moment,
not at the moment. I know they have reduced it, but keep it down. Even right now, we do have. Okay,
so we got to.
The point I'm trying to make is about currency. No, hold on. This is very important to me. This is about currency.
Yeah. But let's get to the point. Let's get to the point.
To make the point, Honorable Moderator, you got to wait till I deep down before people understand it. I use the word: the higher the demand, the higher the price. So if you have one of the largest peacekeeping posts on planet Earth, and you have one single currency, what it means is, I know they pay most of the UN peacekeeper in U.S. dollars. And if they are being paid U.S. dollars, and you have only the Liberian currency floating in your market, what it means is they can convert that U.S. dollar into Liberian currency. That means our currency will be in demand more than the U.S. currency. But they had to change it, convert it before they buy anything on the street. But the fact that some of us really don't really love that country, we care to have the dual currency, which have not worked. So when the guy mentioned about $80 to $1, it did not surprise me. It's because of the dual currency. So I will recommend you, after my statement, I don't need any recommendation, but I would recommend that you tell the president to get rid of the dual currency. Bring one currency. If you do that for December, believe me or not, probably Liberia will be 3-1 because many of us are living from America today. We're coming with lot of U.S. dollars to spend Christmas, and we have to convert it out to our own currency. Watch. Economically, you will see how the currency will flow in that country. It's simple. You don't have to be an economic minister before you know this. So I'm very surprised you guys are not really talking about that. Now, let me just conclude by asking you my question. But before then, I want to know what became... what became of the boy that was killed in Pasadena? I know there are some of the senators. One senator was attached to this killing. I don't know the entire story, but I know the chief was in prison, and there was a probable cause to accuse other people. I know Senator Kupi was accused regarding the killing of this boy in Pasadena. And now the state witness, if in the United States we call it state witness, or maybe in Liberia we say the government witness, who could have been the chief, was in prison, and shortly before they could implement the case, he died. And now, since the death of the chief, the case just died down. We never heard nothing about it. There was no justice given to this boy that they killed. The parents are grieving today. And you being the information minister, do you really think that helped the country when we're talking about reconciliation, the poor people being killed and nothing come out of it?
I would like to say before Minister Brown, just a minute here, before we go to the minister, we would like to see where when people come to the program, make sure you get your questions ready, recommendations, or comments. But the issue of diving through all these things, trying to explain about economics, GDP, we don't get that. So please try to make this condensed. We're going to be here for 4 hours and then people just repeating the same thing.
No, because I don't see people talking about, you're talking about dual currency. We're talking about one currency here. And the minister himself said our currency is down. I'm just trying to give you the reasons. Simple reasons why the currency is okay.
It's okay. Let's go to the minister. Minister Brown, please make it condense this thing so we can have you go to bed.
My dear brother, Anthony, I
I'm
thank you
here
for all your concerns. First of all, as to the currency, what would you say when the rate was much lower, even in the dual currency? No, it's not just one thing. What we need to do is to improve the productive capacity of the economy. Now, you see, like everything else in the economy, money is the U.S. dollars fluctuates against the Japanese yen. It will fluctuate against the British pound. Will you say because they got only one currency? That's not the totality of the solution. It may be a nominal contributor, but that's not the solution. The solution we believe that is sustainable is to put in place the mechanism to invest in economic multipliers that will create jobs, that will expand the economy, that the private sector will boom, and then suddenly that you will have manufacturing business, then suddenly the value of your money will go up. The value of your money can be dependent on whether Anthony will come in Christmas with US dollar in a packet of change to Liberian dollar. So if Anthony doesn't come, then what will happen to the value of your money? Your money can be backed by UN visit or UN remittances. It has to be backed by productivity in the economy. Now, that's not high school economics. That's serious economic consideration. And don't think that we're just so dumb or nothing happening in the country. I'm sure you went to high school here before you got to that place yet. So that's number one. We have identified a number of monetary and fiscal interventions that will be announced very shortly. I don't want to use this show to announce it. It will be announced very shortly. It will take into account some of these ideas. But the best solution to our economic woes, we are part of a global economic situation. There are people demonstrating in France. There are people in Spain, Greece, talking about economic stimulus. That the dual currency the issue? No. The global situation is a strain on the economy.
So we who in a small country, we got to pay for it some kind of way too. But what we must do is to find a way to look inward, depend on ourselves, improve our private sector, give additional incentive to create more jobs, to ease the burden on people. That's why we are investing the little money we have into specific economic multipliers by which the economy can be expanded and everybody can have some kind of relief. That's the long-term, the short and long-term solution that is sustainable. Now, in terms of, you talk about some kind of situation with somebody in Lofa. But look, I don't know the specifics of the case. I will try to find that out. But given that you have just given me the information, I can assure you, this government interest is not to see any of its citizens die with impunity. If anybody is liable, if, for instance, the person who should help in the prosecution of that matter dies, and that is the only person, what can we do? We will have to look at all kinds of possibilities to improve access to the rule of law and to encourage everybody to take advantage of the judicial system. You finally, you talk about TRC report. I think you started off with TRC report, if I'm not mistaken.
No. I talk about, I don't want you to narrow me down to just work or please. I talk about the agriculture. Oh. I know that to have
yes.
sustainable
Let me just deal with
economic.
Let's
go to the minister.
You're right.
Let's go to the minister.
Let me just deal with that very quickly. We've got to take other people as much as we can. But as to the situation, I just mentioned our border towns, Lofa, Bong, and other areas that are doing. I'm not saying this is the only situation that's accounting for the drop in anything. One of the things that has come to our attention, you know, the whole FPMC thing, because of FPMC liabilities and all that kind of thing, they were proscribed. Now we are looking at how, when people produce, we are happy that we are producing more now. When people produce, we need to move into storage. That's why electricity is so important for expanding our economy. We need to store our people produce, not just for local consumption, but for export as well. We need to increase, that's why we are doing roads, to increase their access to other parts of the country. Look, let me give you a classic example. Say Buchanan. The other day, a lot of people started seeing fish and crawfish and other things in town. You know what accounted for that? The people were doing the same fishing in Basel, but the people couldn't even come to Monrovia with it to sell, to access the market in Monrovia. Now that road is paved, the man can come from straight to his canoe and get in a car and come straight to Monrovia and sell his produce. That produce can get extended. We hope when we get finished with the road, the Banga Medekoma Highway, when we pave it, it can get it there in one day. That's the kind of network, that's what we call economic multiplier that we are investing in. You can't build the economy without infrastructure. That's the kind of the attention we are paying to now when we say we are developing our country. These are the things we are trying to tackle so that the country goes up together with everybody getting that kind of relief. So, yes, we need to provide access to market for our people when they produce. We need to store, and when we store, we need to add value. When you store produce, oranges, can you convert it to juice? You can't do it unless you have power. These are the kinds of things. That's why power is so essential. These are the kind of things that the government is attending to as we speak.
Thank you, Minister Louis Brown, Minister of Information, Culture, and Cultural Affairs and Tourism. Mr. Brown, let's go to the caller. I know he had both questions and comments tied to it, but we're going to give you a few seconds to get his recommendation because we need to take a few more before we end this program tonight.
Okay. Yeah, my only recommendation to the minister is that I want you to please double check on the $24.9 million that we're giving for the agriculture farm. You know, it's not just enough to come and tell us you're building road that we don't even see. But what we after is the money that have been given. I know for sure I follow up with this money. I went to Liberia. Mr. Zina was the one that was spearheading the particular amount of money. Which of us are so happy that our people.
You want to give me a full name? Zina who?
Zina. He worked at the Agriculture Ministry. Zina.
I'll find out for you.
Yeah, he was spearheading the particular amount. It's just, I think, 1.5 years ago. Yeah, his name is Zina.
I'll find out and try to get a report.
Yeah, it was intended for rehabilitation of cocoa and coffee. I mean, people already had those things before the war, so they just wanted to help. These are the things that can help our economies. But up to today, I even called some people. What they say, oh, my man, they just send 2 or 3 people to go brush, and that's it. And nobody can account for their $24.9 million. I want you to please check into this. Okay?
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
I promise you.
I
promise you. In fact, I will go to the agriculture minister to find out $24.9 million cocoa and coffee rehabilitation. I'll find out.
Thank you, Minister Brown. Please try to give us an update on that. And Liberia Destiny Debaters also has the Ministry of Information attached to its link. So you can go there and see what Minister Brown, everything Minister Brown is giving us here. Most of these things are also on the website through our link. You can go to Liberia Destiny Debaters. You'll be able to connect with the Ministry of Information to get access to some of the information that we are getting from Minister Brown tonight. So, Minister Brown, we're going to take the next one. The next one will come from quarter 2318. Your name and where you calling from? Are you with us, caller? That's 2318. I guess that's Walker. Walker, are you with us? Okay, Walker is listening to the program. I think he's let's go to caller 3662. Your name and where you calling from? 3662. I guess that's Johnson, Professor Johnson. Mr. Johnson, are you with us? Okay. I guess they are just listening here. Let's go back to this caller. There are a couple of people that have just joined us here. So if you just joining us, that's *61. We're going to end this program in about a few minutes here. Let's go back to Monica. Monica has a comeback question. Monica, go ahead.
Hi, Mr. Brown. How are you? It's me again. And I have a question about adding value to our natural resources that we have all of these foreign investors coming to invest in. For instance, say the oil that has been discovered somewhere along the shores of Liberia. Is there any intention to have this oil refined in Liberia, given that we already have the Liberia refinery, to add value to, whatever is whatever crude oil that has been so that we don't receive penny on the dollar like we did on the iron ore and rubber, where people came, they mined iron ore, they harvested rubber, and we got pennies on the dollar for those products when they brought it to the States and refined them and produced other goods from these things to make millions of dollars.
Yes, Monica, you are so right. People like to point to a popular cliche now that bombing hills became bombing holes. So these are the kinds of things we're looking into already in that oil sector. First of all, we're still hoping that we can discover oil in commercial quantity. We always knew we had some oil here. Whether it's in commercial quantity, we are satisfied that we have some of the biggest companies in the world. Hopefully, we will find it and we will report it. But even as we are doing that, we are taking steps through policy reforms. In fact, that policy was vetted all around. It calls for a number of things. First of all, our revenue for oil must be leveraged across the economy, so that the day the oil dries up, you don't end up with a bombing hole. Secondly, so by leveraging with me into manufacturing, into agriculture, into value addition of other commercial activities, so that we can use revenue from oil to improve our manufacturing, to improve other things, so that the day we don't have oil, our economy suddenly will not be so dependent that it will collapse. The second thing is that the revenue for oil must be transparent and transparently and in a more accountable way, supported by all Liberians. Each of us must have access to that information. We must distribute the revenue in a way that everybody benefits from it rather than just a few. The third policy framework is that when NOCAL must not be permitted to be a stakeholder and a regulator of the industry. That those two functions in and of themselves are mutually exclusive and must be separated to keep them. So each of the other policy framework is that there must be Liberian participation every step of the way. You might not bring a ship here that get only foreigners on board. We must train Liberians. Every oil concession agreement that we have signed also has attached to it investment in human capacity development. So as I speak to you, in fact, just the other day there was an announcement on the radio that another 100 students were being brought into NOCAL, having been vetted to be sent. I think they came to 200, but they wanted only 100 to send across to university around. Since the last 4 or 5 years, Liberians are being trained at the best universities around the world in petrochemical engineering, in oil management, all kinds of skill sets, so that by the time we discover the oil, there will be capacities, indigenous capacities on ground to be able to help us manage and administer it. So all of these steps are taking place, but also important is what you call Liberian participation. When our ship comes to drill, who's supplying the water? Who's supplying the fuel? Who, working on board the ship? Who working on the rigs? Who helping? These things are opportunity for employment for Liberia, but we must be ready with the skill sets so that when these things happen, that we can be able to fill in those gaps as well. So all of these are part of the policy. The policy has been vetted. We are moving it now to legislation. They are drafting this legislation to present to the legislature and say, look, let's now do a uniform petroleum law that will incorporate these policies that Liberian people have agreed to. And let's move on from here. But you are so right. We need to diversify the economy. We need to make sure. And another thing that is in the policy is what they call abandonment fund. Every company will contribute to that abandonment fund. A particular amount has been identified, and that will be in escrow. It will not be touched by the Liberian government, not be touched by the government for generations to come. So that the day a well gets to be abandoned because they're no longer producing, there will be money somewhere for future generations to say, okay, we benefit in some kind of way. We can use this to do something else. So all of these things have been thought through and are part of the national program for development.
To Monica, let's go to Monica for her recommendation on this issue. We have to take 2 more, and then we'll call you quick tonight. Yeah, people say calling here. We have about 435 right now.
Wow.
Okay.
Monica.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Minister Brown, for making yourself available to us. This is very informative, and it kind of alleviates rumors and hearsay. I've listened to you talk about crude oil and the future plans we have for our crude oil. However, there are other raw materials that Liberia has that have been abused by foreign investors, and we are not benefiting from. I mentioned 2 of them previously, rubber and iron ore. I worked for a rubber company one time in my life, and the way I was treated was so disrespectful to me as a human being. And I mean, I look at the tappers and everybody that was employed by that company, and they were not treated fairly. Now, our raw materials are being exported as raw materials, and therefore the price that we receive from them are so low. I hope that we are trying to encourage manufacturing in Liberia, so that when we produce these raw materials, they will be manufactured and finished goods will be produced from them that will improve our earning capacity and so that the ordinary Liberian will in some way receive some of the benefits from our raw material.
Absolutely. You are so right. And that is why, just to make the point home, drive this point home, that is why we must invest in power. You see the need for, you see, these things are linked. You can't add value unless you have the mechanism. That mechanism can't exist unless it's driven by power. Because the cost of production today is just too high. So it's prohibitive to move to manufacturing. The idea is once we can have cheap, affordable electricity in the country, it will be much easier to transition to manufacturing. And that's what you call value addition. Stop shipping. We've been shipping rubber for as long as before you and myself were born. We stay shipping rubber. We haven't produced one condom. These are the kinds of things that our country needs to move in, value addition. But we can't do it unless we have power, reliable, affordable power. That's why it is a national priority for us. The last thing I want to say is about the way our Liberian workers are treated. We recognize this. That is why right now, as it is being debated, both houses are trying to reconcile what they refer to as a decent work bill. Some of these issues have been inculcated into that decent work bill. Not only will it seek to establish a minimum wage, but it will also talk about how workers are treated. And these are the kind, we stay out that, I think law, it's been more than 38 years old law now that say you hire, you get fired. And so our people get treated all kinds of ways. But part of the change process is that you have to look at all of these things together. And a decent work bill is being moved through the legislature. We hope if they don't pass it now, they will pass it when they return from the agriculture break. But thank you for your insights, Monica. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Minister Brown. Minister Brown, we're going to take the next one. The next one will come from caller 7786. Your name and where you're calling from.
All right, this is me again, Jerry Williams. I'm not going to bug you this time. I want to emphasize.
Your number, is that right?
Yes, that's my number, Jerry Williams, executive producer of the Liberian African News Service. In a democracy, the rule of law is the engine on which democracy thrives. You talk about the Supreme Court, the final arbiter of matters, and the whole nine here. This very Supreme Court, the former Chief Justice, Johnny Lewis, if you can recall, he ordered his court officers to go into a private business owned by a foreigner, register an airline, pay his taxes to pay his salary, and send his court officers there and had this. What had happened was he had gone to a conference in West Africa and missed his return flight.
Do you have a question?
Listen, I am talking about the fundamentals of a democracy. Yeah, I need to give the background. You're the moderator. You probably are not aware of some of these things because I live and breathe Liberian issues. I used to work in the information ministry in Liberia.
Yeah, we need to wrap it up here. That's why we got.
Yeah, well, let me give him the background. You see why American firms are not attracted to Liberia because they read the State Department Annual Human Rights Report on Liberia, and I read those very well. Johnny Lewis sent his court officers to a private entity to arrest the man because he missed a flight coming to Liberia, claiming the man owed him $500. And called the man, brought the man to Liberia, demanding his.
We heard the same story from you, so I'm not going to waste our time on this thing. Let's take the next one from caller 2318. I'm not sure why you have to come out with the same story over and over.
Yeah, thanks a lot for allowing me to speak, and I would like to tell the minister thank you for all what you do, and thank you for working under the conditions you work in and for accepting the kind of salary you accept. A lot of us on the line criticizing you today cannot go to Liberia to work for $2,500. It can't even sustain it. So thanks for making the sacrifice you make. I got a couple of statements here and a question. A couple of comments. people have been criticizing the justice systems in Liberia and saying it's not fair and what I feel, but the very America we live in today and we see everything done here is the best, or judge, if you've been following the news, or just sentenced a man to 30 days in jail for raping a 14-year-old girl who later on committed suicide. And when the public outcry came, he tried to undo what he did, but it's kind of late. And also a jury just acquitted George Zimmerman from killing an unarmed teenager in this very country. And we all sit here, it's okay because it is done in America. But when you things happen in our own country, we got the worst to say about it. And I get sick and tired of that. And my final comment here is for those who are condemning and saying Johnny Seal should not be arrested or he should be free, I recommend that they put resources together, go to Liberia and help train some of these journalists to show them the proper etiquette of journalism and what is liability and responsibility as a news reporter. That will help a lot instead of just sitting here criticizing government and trying to blame government for something that two private citizens did. Diving into my question, during the Liberian Civil War, I might be wrong on the quotation of the name, and I stand to be corrected. The then Secretary of State for African Affairs, Henry Cohen, said that Liberia was no strategic importance to the United States of America, which was a punch in the gut to most Liberians. And most Liberians, my age group, still pass around with that statement echoing in our ears.
Yes, sir.
Today, a few days ago, the American ambassador, before that, she said, one of her press briefings, she said, I think someone asked her concerning what America was doing for electricity to Liberia. And she directly said, electricity is not, Liberia electricity is not one of the pressing matters on the agenda for America for Liberia. So I also took that personally. A few days ago, she came and asked the Liberian government to condemn what's going on in Syria. My question to the minister is, with United Nations not coming up with official position on what's going on in Syria, what is the Liberian government position? Are we going to just follow suit because Mama Point said we should do so? Or we got our own policy we have to follow? What is the Liberian government position? One. Number two, if we had to answer pressing the Mama Point as we always do, what is in there for the Liberian government to gain or the Liberian board to gain? Those are my two questions.
Thank you so much, and thank you very much. Let me state the Liberian government position very clearly on a serious thing. Because, again, that is another thing that we're trying to politicize and swing all around. You know, our country enjoying new freedoms. So suddenly everything is fair game for everybody. But here is the position of the government of Liberia. Fundamentally, the government of Liberia is opposed, and that is what we said in our position. We are opposed to the use of chemical weapons by anyone against anyone. In this case, we denounce the use of chemical weapons in Syria by anyone. That is the position of the government of Liberia. We condemn it. The images remind us of our own past, even though chemical weapons were not used here. We feel we have a higher moral duty than many countries in the world because we saw our own people die here from war. So to see young children, to see babies, to see women suffocating as a result of chemical weapons, it is a danger to the world. We feel a moral duty, not because we were asked by any power to do so. We feel a moral duty to ourselves, to our history, to everything we represent, to say this is not the way to go. This is wrong.
Minister Brown, let me interrupt you a little bit. We're going to 4 hours yet, and you are going to be running out of time again on your phone. So can you condense it? Let's take 2 more so you don't run out of time.
Yes. So our position is quite clear. We condemn the use of chemical weapons by anyone, anywhere in the world.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you joining us late, Liberia Destiny Debaters will be bringing you Attorney Samuel Kofi Woods tomorrow. He's going to be joining us on Liberia. So that is going to be 4:30 Eastern, 3:30 Central. That's Minnesota time. Please do not call late. Make sure you call on time. Let's take the next one. This caller already gave his walker. We are not coming back to you for recommendations because you already gave that. So we're going to go to the next caller here, 6377. Your name and where you calling from?
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. My name is Amarakita, and I'm calling from so thank you. I'm calling from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Thank you, Mr. Minister, for coming to the show. Mr. Minister, if you recall, during your visit to Philadelphia and when we had a meeting with you at the African Cultural Center, I was one of those Liberians who actually stood up to actually ask you why Louis Brown is in this government. And then my view was that actually Mr. Brown had been part of the Chancellor administration, and therefore he had no business coming to another government. And during that meeting, you actually stood up and really defended, as you have always done. Tonight, my comment is really nothing but just a commendation for being such a loyal minister to this current government. Your loyalty stems not because you actually want to gain so much, but out of your patriotic consciousness. And that I must say a big thank you. I also like to thank you for really coming out to really explain to us clearly the role of the Supreme Court, because many of us in the diaspora who have always argued about this TRC, and you have actually given us a food for thought that under no reasons, can we allow the supreme interest of our Constitution to be compromised by another outside or third party. That, again, I must commend you for being such a very good minister. And if I were to grade you, definitely tonight, and even during the last meeting, I'll give you a 5 rating. And I think that's the best rating. Thank you for being such a wonderful loyal servant to the early government. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I believe I'm doing the best I can with the gift God has given me to help my country. I thank you so much for recognizing that.
Thank you, Minister Brown. Again, we would like to say thank you for accepting our invitation and being with us for this long. Let's take the last one, probably the last one. This will come from 6593. Your name and where you're calling from. Please make it brief.
Thank you very much. It's Eugene Sherry calling from New Jersey. Mr. Brown, I have 2 concerns. It may be more, but I'll limit it to 2. My first concern has to do with few months ago, or maybe 1 or 2, if I'm not mistaken, I stand to be corrected, that there was a news around saying that, especially let's say July 26th, independent orator, Honorable Councilor Vanessa Sherman, who happened to be the chairman of the ruling national, how they call it, the Unity Party. Yeah. He made he was the orator of the Independent Day program, and after that, certain comment was made by him, and we learned that you and him, or even the Liberian people, went a local here with him, and you made some statement. I don't very good at quoting people, so I really want you to say maybe what you said, and then from there, the party hierarchy or some partisans of the party were asking you to either resign because you know partisan, you are MPP partisan, and the chairman of the party make a comment, and you went ahead. You started criticizing him and saying stuff that you're not supposed to say. So I want you to really bring my knowledge to that and give me some light about the whole entire episode. That's one. Two, the mirror brought issue.
Eugene, please, I have to interrupt you. Could we just take this? Let the minister take this. The next time he comes, we allow you to give the next one, please. So we
just something, just for me to.
We actually don't want the minister to run all the time. It's almost it's late, and we are looking at the time on the clock here for him. We're looking at the time. If he's going to take those two questions, he's going to run all the time.
Okay, all right.
Minister Brown, go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. Let me just say that our interaction with the chairman of the ruling Unity Party was well established. It's everywhere. It's on the records. It was well publicized. So I don't want to go too much back into that and open or rehash all of that. But all I want to say is that what it shows in our country today is that we can disagree with each other. I think for many people believe that, the man, they bought his view, they bought his thought, and suddenly he lost his relevance, his integrity to pronounce himself on questions. The fact that today in our country, a government official, even though it is wrong, people still see the government as being owned by the party that won. But an official of the government can disagree publicly with the chairman of the party. And we continue to go ahead, and attend to the business of the people. We disagree. The chairman issued a statement. I disagree strongly, but respectfully. You read my statement, you're not seeing any insult there. Some members of the ruling party felt angered by my disagreement. They issued their position. They call me all kinds of names. But I am comfortable in my skin about my views. That's who I am. And if I believe it to be right and I exercise it with respect for everybody, then I can live with the consequences of it. So that's what happened. But we are happy. I think we are moving along. I believe that the chairman respects me, as I do respect him, and that our country is better off for these kinds of healthy exchange of views, such as the ones we are having right now. We're not agree on everything in our country, and we must not agree on everything, because we are not a herd of cattle. Dr. Moniba, the late Dr. Moniba said, God did not make all of us together, to die together. What he meant was we will not agree on every single thing. But the fact that we can agree to respect each other's right to disagree is a welcome change in our country. And even if we disagree, we can agree finally that, all right, since we all disagree, either we vote or the person who gives the authority to make that kind of decision, let them make it now, since all of us have been heard, and let's move our country along. That is the kind of spirit of democracy that we want to build, that we can disagree with each other and will not become personal. You can disagree with me. You can call me what you want. But my temperament, my attitude is, let's focus on the principles. Let's focus on the issues that we can agree on and that we can build our country by. And if we can do that, not only are we doing it for ourselves, we are setting good examples for our children. Because some of us grew up seeing too many bad examples. Then those who were born during the war saw worse examples. It is time we start to lay proper examples. People will challenge it as we go along. People may not agree to everything, but at the end of the day, those good examples will rise and they will stand up. Because like we used to say long time ago, truth crushed to earth will rise again.
Thank you, Minister Brown. Minister Brown, before we ask you for your closing statement, we would like to say that we on our website, on Liberia Destiny Debater site, we have a place for people to send us correction videos, and we will look at them. If they are appropriate for us to put on the internet, we will surely put those on the internet. So we want you to help us in Liberia and make this public. The Liberians in the diaspora, Liberia Destiny Debater has a website that is open for people to send their correction videos from Liberia, and then we will help you guys in that area to fight some of the issue of police taking people money and the rest of the other people who are involved alleged in corruption. So please do not forget, the next time you have a press conference, we hope you bring this
we'll
up to that.
Yes. Thank you so much. And if I forget, follow up by Twitter and just tweet it to me while I'm talking, and I will get it and make that announcement. I will try not to forget. But I want to thank you for your show, and I want to thank all Liberians for the engagement, or let's say re-engagement we are having with our country. It can only help us to get better. We welcome these engagements. We don't take it personally, because sometimes it affords us, like I've enjoyed tonight, an opportunity to set the record straight, to teach and to educate each of us. I'm learning from you, and I believe some of everybody will not accept it, but some of you are learning as well as we give these facts, which are supported by the public record. I want to also use your platform, and if you could help, organize conversations and town hall. I will be coming to the States very soon. I hope I can participate with you, with many other Liberians involved across Liberian communities. I want to go around and take some of these questions. And if you all can help organize it for me, I will really, truly appreciate it.
Well, you will host you in Minnesota French.
Oh, yeah, I'm coming.
We'll bring you to Minnesota. We'll bring you to Minnesota.
I want to come with visuals. I want to come because apparently a lot of people don't know what's going on. And pictures don't lie. I want to come with pictures about the changes that's taking place in our country. I want to come with video recordings that you can also help us to post to your website. But I want to sit down face to face. It's one thing to talk on the phone with someone. It's another thing to look each other in the eye and speak truth to each other. So I hope I can work with your outfit. I will get back to you. You have my number. I hope I can get your email and tell you my exact timing. And across the various Liberian community, those who are listening to me, if you want us to come to your community, the Philadelphia, the New Jersey, Charlotte, Atlanta, Minnesota, certainly I'm going to take up your your offer for Minnesota.
Thank you, sir.
We want to sit with Liberians and discuss our country. We are not afraid of what we have achieved, nor are we saying our country suddenly has become perfect. When let me just close on this note. When I received the Human Rights Watch latest report, it's a scathing report against the police. They are corrupt. They are receiving money from the street. They are receiving money all over the place. I'm reminded back, there is this theory in sociology they call the anomie theory of dysfunctionality. What it says, and this came really out of a commission report in New York. After the Great Depression, the people of New York started to suffer so much from police excesses, police corruption, and everything. And then they put this commission together to review and figure out why. And they found out that when values break down, when a society breaks down, the hardest thing to repair is the value system. So our police suddenly will not become, we're taking steps. We're infusing the police with college graduates. Year on year, we are increasing salaries to remove vulnerabilities. We are taking steps. We are now creating badges. We are giving people clear rules that, look, if you are supposed to pay $5 for license, we'll spray it all across the police station. We need to help ourselves by not encouraging anybody to take. If the police may arrest you and say your tire smooth, let him carry you to the police station, you have to say, I will not give you a bribe. And then this effort you are announcing, we're going to announce it. There are cell phones now that take people picture. Of course, we know people can record everybody by phones now. So let's take pictures. Let's put it up there. Let's meme. Let's sheen. Because at the end of the day, it's not the government that wants corruption to prevail. It is a virus that is in our society. It is a product of a decadent value system, a culture that we have to fight. And all of us need to fight it together. You can't say the government duty is to say, look, let's make this a national fight. Let's give it the prominence we need. Each citizen has to join in that fight and play their role. And I thank you, Destiny Debaters, for the lengthy time you have entertained me tonight. It has been exciting. It has been wonderful. I thank all your guests, all the participants for their contributions. It is very rewarding. And I look forward to joining you all in the States hopefully by the end of next week, so we can do these town halls. We can sit down and we can talk to each other about our country and how we can
Thank you. Just before he could finish his thought, he just stepped on the line. So can we just maybe hold for a few more minutes? I think he still wants to have a closing argument here. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is Liberal Destiny Debaters. This year you have it. We Liberal Destiny Debaters will be hosting Minister Louis Brown in Minnesota sometime soon. Thank you, Minister Brown. Thank you, Minister Brown, for calling again.
So I want to close by thanking all of you. I'm sorry, apparently we ran into our 4th hour, but I want to thank all of you. I want to thank you so much. You are doing a good job. Please continue to do it. Let's do it with temperament. Let's do it with tolerance for each other. You know, our war separated us in a difficult way. You know, there are still scars. There are still vestiges of the war around. So every time we talk to each other, we got to account for that. We got to account for the fact that we need to heal ourselves. But the more we talk, the better we could become. So sometimes people get temperamental, but we have to keep calming everybody and focus on the progress. And Destiny Debaters, you are a leader in this direction. I want to thank you. And anytime you feel you need my service, don't hesitate. Let me know. I will do the best I can to give your people information. And I look forward to meeting you guys when I come. You say Minnesota should be the first? I'm not
yes,
so
please.
sure,
let's take Minnesota first. Yes.
All right. But you guys need to organize the town hall for me now.
Oh, we will do. We'll surely do that. We'll give you a call sometime Monday, and then we'll take it from that point. To know exactly when you'll be coming in.
Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, it has been epic.
And I thank you for your patience.
It has been epic and informative having the Minister of Information, Minister Louis Brown, with us tonight. Minister Brown, we want to say thank you very much for taking your time and to be with us for 4 hours and about how many seconds here? 4 hours and 3 hours and 57 minutes. So it was epic and informative having you on. We wish you good luck, and we will be so happy to have you in Minnesota. Thank you very much again, and good night. Liberal Destiny Debaters will bring you Minister Attorney Samuel Kofi Woods tomorrow. Please look out for that. He's going to be just from Liberia. Thank you very much, Minister Brown, again, for joining us and for your time, for your service to the nation.
Thank you so much, and keep on the good work.
Thank you,
sir. Keep on the good work. You're doing so much for your country. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Good night.